our own, and we need to check, or I'll check that out so we know later whether that's still something that continues.
We do have a categorical exclusion, but
Yeah.
that means that
Yeah.
they trust us to do the right thing, basically.
As long as
And
you're
that's-
following the plan. you have
Right,
that
as long as you're
exclusion.
following the plan,
I think
right.
the minute you did the whole coastal program.
local coastal
I think the
program.
minute you
Deviate,
deviate from that, you open yourself up
That's
to
right.
direct.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Exactly.
make small
Yeah,
deviations.
Okay,
that was it.
thank you.
Mhm,
Okay.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for bringing that and sharing
Right.
that this morning.
Thanks.
And with that, we'll ask, do we have any public comment to kick us off this morning? Would anyone like to make any comments? Please come forward.
Of course.
Good morning, everybody. Set for another big meeting today. I just want to say that I was a bit distressed yesterday when this discussion about the general plan and the codes and all the yada yada that has to follow as a result of these meetings and council decisions. I'm very glad that Linda took the time to explain all of this morning. Because as some of you know, I have a long experience in government, and I was extremely concerned yesterday at the reaction to Linda's comments regarding the law and what our responsibilities are and the importance of this document that we're developing and how it relates to the city's history. The general plan is our constitution. It's the same as the Constitution for the country. It is the guiding principle by which we are supposed to run this city. We don't have carte blanche to do just everything we want. Once we create this Constitution, it's something we live by. It guides our decision-making. And I think we all need to remember that. I mean, I've had a lot of experience, many, many years in government, and I'm just telling you that we cannot ignore this general plan. We cannot ignore the local land use plan, the local coastal plan. We cannot ignore our codes, all of which come from the principles embodied in the general plan. We have been doing this as a city for some time, ignoring those principles, and it hasn't served the community well. So this is such an important document that you all are helping to create, that it's going to be really held up to scrutiny in this community when it comes before the council, because there is so much sensitivity about the forest and our whole history as a community. We are not Monterey. We are not Pacific Grove. We are certainly not Seaside. The reason why we are so prized as a community is because we are unique along the coast as being a community that reveres its forest and its natural habitat. So I just say to you, please keep all of this in mind when you're going through this document and evolving this document into something that will protect and preserve and enhance the forest and our community and follow the law until we change it, because that's what we have to do. We have to be following, irrespective of what changes we think we want to make. What we need to do is follow the current law until we change them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Ian?
Good morning, commissioners and advisory board people. My name is Ian Martin, and just a tag team with Melanie there. I will read actually from the general plan First, a little preamble. We're fortunate in that our general plan is very well written, and actually, if you're a Carmel-by-the-Sea history nerd, and I dare suspect we all are in this room, it's actually quite an enjoyable read. And just observing over the last few years politics in Carmel-by-the-Sea and governance, I fear that a lot of people involved in our community, be it in various capacities, being concerned citizens to board members, even council members, there somewhere along the line, people got out of the habit of reading the general plan. And and as Melanie well captured, it is required by California law that we adopt, maintain, and observe our general plan. And in the preamble for the general plan, it says, it serves as a basic legal document with narrative and policies to which a wide range of ordinances and rules governing the quality of life in and about Carmel must conform. So as Melanie pointed out, it's not an optional document. You can change it. There's a procedure under California law by which that can occur, but in the meantime, we're required to follow what it says. And as Melanie points out, and myself and others, it has an awful lot to say about the Monterey Pine Forest and how to protect it, what the goals and the standards are. So as you work through this document, please take pains to review the general plan and make sure that your document you're creating is in harmony with it, because otherwise it's out of conformance under law, and everybody will have wasted their time and effort. So the other thing, I've got a little show and tell. This is Ocean Avenue in the mid-1950s or so, and it shows a very robust Monterey pine forest near downtown. And in the downtown along Ocean Avenue, that pine forest is very much reduced. I'll just pass this around. And there's an abundance of photographic evidence to show how much our Monterey pine forest has been in decline. But note, these are all Monterey pines, exclusively so.
I'd like to add to that is Devendorf planted those because they would grow fast, and it made the place look settled. And he was, of course, selling property at something like $50 a lot or something, and he was eager to do what he could do. His favorite tree was this cypress, actually.
And I think it's because of the fast-growing nature of the Monterey pine that gives me great hope that we can revitalize our forest and bring it back to where it was in our history, and as is our general plan requires.
Actually, I might say I have a photograph of Ocean Avenue in the early actually it was about 1899. And there was the hotel, which is now the Pine Inn, at the base of Ocean Avenue. And you can see the stumps and the trees off to the side and the stumps of the pines that were cut down to make way for Ocean Avenue. So it was Monterey pines early on, and maybe more sparse than later because the forest grew back. But there have always been Monterey pines here.
I think one of the things that we talked about yesterday that it seemed there was strong consensus on was that preserving and protecting, enhancing the specific profile of Carmel's forest was important to this group. That was one of the takeaways that I had.
Yeah.
And I think being strategic in this plan about how we identify places, Nikki, this is something we talked about yesterday, like where can we identify places in the city where we have particular pines that are special to us, and places that we can establish new groves growing. Like, for example, I was driving by Forest Hill Park this morning. We have a lot of mature Monterey pines there, and there's a lot of space, but I didn't see a lot of young saplings, right? So I think we need to be anticipating, especially as they grow fast, what can we be doing now, right? So that in 10, 15, 20 years from now, we have more trees coming and replace them.
I totally agree.
But I think we have to be it's the right tree in the right place and being strategic about where we place them.
Well, I'll tell you something. I live in an area that was fully forested when I was a little girl, and I have watched the pines in my area just be cut down one by one as houses were built. And I still, when I look out my front door, I look at the pines across the street, And I'm just imagining what our neighborhood is going to look like when those pines are gone. And it is not going to be a Carmel neighborhood. It really isn't. There have always been pines in that neighborhood. They've grown and they've come down and new ones have replaced them, but it's going to be a very bleak neighborhood without its pines. So I hope there's a way we can also encourage pines being planted in residential areas as well, because I think they are essential to our residential areas too.
I think they'll be,
Yeah.
of course, they'll be
Yeah.
in our,
Right.
they'll be in our tree list and
Yeah.
on our list of, I hope, preferred trees, encourage preferred large trees for people. I think we can do a lot to encourage that. But I think as a practical matter, we need to be very proactive in the
Right.
city and public space.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
because we may.
No, I agree.
We may lose more than we
No, I
ideally
agree.
would like in the private
I know.
space, not because people aren't following the law, but just because that may be
Right, I
a
know.
natural
That's what I've
progression.
done in my neighborhood, planted pines in the island of trees that separates the upper and lower part of Lincoln. I planted probably 8 pines there, and a lot of native shrubbery to go with it, coffee berries, manzanita, toyon, ceanothus.
Right.
Yeah,
Great.
looks
I'm
good.
sorry. Thank you, Nikki. You had a comment before we get started. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ian, for your picture and your comment.
I'd actually like to respond to Ian and Melanie's comments. And yesterday, I used 2 words on a number of occasions, consistency analysis. And that actually refers to making sure the forest management plan is consistent with the general plan, the local coastal plan, all those various coastal commission directed plans. So that is a very important thing to keep in mind, the consistency analysis.
And with those plans, amendments and elements, as we're going forward, that was brought up yesterday, ADUs, the effect of the new housing element, how will all that plan for future development play into the future of the trees?
Well, I think we saw yesterday in one of our last goals that we were reviewing, right? One of the actions is to make consistent our municipal code, because we already have 2 sections identified related to trees and shrubs that are not consistent, right? So I think that was one of the things that came back. So I think that will be a really important part. I also think any place in this plan as it evolves, any place in this plan that would deviate or be a revision from our current plan that would require or have implications for code revisions should be called out and specified, so that in that consistency analysis, we're either completely consistent or we have places that we're suggesting revisions, amendments.
Yep,
right.
absolutely.
And my understanding from the process, at least from Bob, was that the city would adopt the plan, and then if there were any revisions, that the municipal code changes would follow. But I think we need to be very clear on whether or if any of those are appropriate at this time.
And then what the process would be for amending all those various plans.
May I ask a question? Is it possible for us to, because this plan looks so different from everything else in our general plan, which is illustrated with Kelly Steele's lovely, hand-done drawings, and it's very simple, it's very elegant, it's very Carmel. This is so complicated, and I think it should be simplified, and I think actually we ought to use the format of the present plan and maybe adapt this plan to that format so that it doesn't stand out as such a sort of alien-looking document.
So I think the reason we agreed to start with the goals and talk about those first is we're going to come back to that after we work our way through the goals and talk about the front of the section and the document format, et cetera. I think if we had started there, we would have never gotten to the goals. We've heard lots of feedback that the format, there may be better formats that are more desirable to our community. Also, I looked last night at the Palo Alto Forest Master Plan. They have a format that isn't a written, it's not a written all text document, but it's very comprehensive as a model. So I think one of the, we'll spend some time on that this afternoon. And then we'll have some volunteers that will come together to provide the suggested edits for the next round. I think it's clearly in our best interest to move the next revision into a format that people can embrace, will be really important. Okay.
And I guess I'll talk about that then this afternoon, what my ideas are.
Yep, I for sure. Okay, so we're moving into the third focus area, which is the appreciation and shared stewardship of the urban forest. That's page 69. And the first goal there is goal 8, which is fostering community engagement and partnerships. And this had 4 sub-objectives within it. The first was to publish an annual state of the urban forest report, and there were actions underneath that objective. So did anybody make any comments or have any feedback on this specific objective?
Would that report be done by staff or would it be done by a consultant?
Staff,
Okay.
that's been, it was a long-standing tradition that previous foresters would give an annual state of the urban forest or state of the forest to the council.
Thank you.
And are we not doing that now?
I haven't since I've started, but I know Mike Branson did. I don't know if it was annually or how often they did it, but we need to get it on a schedule. So it should be every specific month of the year, I think. It would make a lot of sense.
I'm pretty sure he did it annually, I remember.
Yeah, you remember when?
Just
No, I
a
don't.
suggestion to make that state of the forest sort of like a report card with, different points that you assess, and then give it a grade.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Bob has presented that to us in the past. So I do remember
Yeah.
in the not so distant, yeah.
So, Justin, are these all things that are on here that you believe you can do? For example, a
Yeah.
4-year summary of the newly planted trees? That's a very specific measure.
Yes, I think that makes sense, and we should be doing that, and we need to start tracking that as more in depth and really, when we plant a tree, make sure it's being cared for and watered, and know where they all are, and we have the capability to do that in Treekeeper.
Okay. And what about the identifying changes in canopy cover? I think yesterday we talked about a 5-year, I think the document was recommending every 10 years the canopy be assessed. I think we yesterday had an edit to make that every 5 years. So should this be report on the canopy changes on 5-year increments, or this is an annual ask
I mean, I
here?
think you can do it, I just gotta figure out how. I've never really used iTree, I think you could probably do it in iTree. There's definitely GIS ways to do it, of analyzing the satellite imagery. So, I think it's attainable, I can do that.
Okay.
Just to make it easier, for Justin, maybe there should be a 5-year summary of newly planted trees that coincides with your canopy, just to kind of keep it more simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
That makes sense, especially when the trees are supposed to survive for 5 years.
Yeah.
That's like our number. 4 years is kind of random.
Yeah.
I would also be okay with the reporting on the canopy every 5 years, consistent with that analysis, as opposed to overlaying an additional annual,
Exactly.
because that to me seems like it's just creating a separate work stream. I'm going to defer to you and Peter and Justin on that topic, but it seems like that might be easier to do.
I agree.
Is that, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I would just think as technology gets easier, it might be something that we'll be able to produce on an annual basis.
Yeah,
easier.
if it's like a couple clicks on a GIS and we can get it really easily, then we can just easily report it. But we'll see how easy it really is.
It would be nice if we could exceed the objectives of this plan as opposed to be falling short of them, right? So the consistency point, I think, that was on that, right? So obviously, if there's technology, we could apply that, okay?
But tree maintenance, now we've got all this data on trees in such and such condition. Similar question about, I guess, how frequently that data is going to be updated. But, we do have sort of a goal of eating through some of that backlog. And when I'm out there talking to people, the number one thing I hear is tree maintenance.
Yeah.
And so it would be nice if we had some objectives around that we could, tie into this.
I think the plan that was presented to the city council for the budget on the catch-up maintenance had very specific budgets allocated with the catch-up maintenance, and I think the catch-up maintenance was an estimated 3-year plan.
And I think it's somewhere else in the plan. There's a work plan within this too that's outside of the goals.
Okay.
But I think
We'll still have monthly reports at the Forest and Beach Commission, and those go to city council as well, the Forester's report.
right, but the catch-up on the
Yeah.
deferred maintenance would be included in your annual
Yeah.
reporting. Like, that would be one subcomponent.
Yeah, I guess what I'm
of it.
saying is if you're going to have an annual report on the forest, I do think it should have.
Yeah.
The
and
maintenance
it-
section
well,
specific,
that's-
especially right now.
That's the last
Okay.
part here. Well, I mean, Forest and Beach Division, but also contractors, and it'll be all of this plus a summary of the 12 months of Forester's reports.
Yeah. I mean, presumably if you had that over
Yeah,
the
it
past
wouldn't be-
few years, we wouldn't have fallen so far behind because it would have been so front and center. Hey, we've got this degradation.
Well, yeah, because that's what happened was the inventory wasn't completed until last year, and that's why we kind of got slapped in the face with the hard numbers.
Well, the inventory data
Is what gave you-
came at the similar time that we received the community survey feedback, which highlighted deferred maintenance as a, actually, I think, and everybody loves the trees, but the backlog of deferred maintenance is becoming an impediment that we need to clear.
And that was kind of my original question, was because I'm not as clear on so at some point somebody went out and I guess looked at all these trees, right? 10,000 trees. So I'm not clear on
13,000 now.
Oh yeah, on the back end. I'm not clear on the back end, how it works. You're clearly not this is tree, 135. How you are.
Yeah,
So okay, so
I don't
It's a
know all of them,
database,
but
every
most of
single
them,
one.
I mean, it's you click on it, pulls up a giant map, and there's all the dots, and you click on the dot, and this is. Were you on Forest and Beach when I demoed it?
I don't think so.
So it's this is tree number 1624. This is the GIS. These are the latitude and longitude. It's a 24-inch pine. Its defect is decay in the stem. It is in very poor condition. The recommendation when Davey cruised it was remove or safety prune. And then as those trees get either looked at through a permit, we can add notes, inspect tree under permit 24167.
So that's helpful. So it's updated in real time.
Yeah.
Yes,
And so you could do this on an annual basis.
yes.
Great.
And-
What is that program called again, Justin?
Tree Keeper.
Tree
And
Keeper,
The,
that's right.
the link to it is on the website, correct, Tom?
Right.
Justin, do you remember a couple of months ago, maybe 3, that I walked around the City Hall block and Tree Keeper had that it was 80 trees?
They're double counted because it's
Is
still.
it just that block or could it be throughout the
It is,
city?
but I turn off the internal ones, so the numbers are the 13, the numbers are the 13,000, and then it takes away the ones that were created by staff, so we only see the ones that were done by Davey, because they're two separate
But has
data
anybody,
sets.
besides me, double checked to make sure that they're accurate?
In terms of,
That the trees that they counted are there, or they're evaluated properly?
Yeah, I did a random survey, and there was some differentiation, but among the main species, like, if they get a species
Yeah,
of
because
acacia
some of the
lawn.
species were wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, the hollyoak was one of them. There was misidentified a lot, which we have way too many anyways, but the Monterey pine, Monterey cypress, redwoods, I mean, the main species were all identified correctly. So which is at least, that's 60% of the trees. And eventually, I would love to spot check all of them. But again, that's, 13,000 trees. So I did some random samples throughout town. Because I noticed the same thing. I pulled up the total species richness list, and I'm like, you don't have that. We don't have that. So I keep an eye on it, and I change them whenever I can when I'm looking at something.
I had another comment just quickly from yesterday. I think we should be more specific when we're talking about canopy cover, because,
Peter, could we take that up when we're on,
okay,
we'll take that up, because
Sure.
I think we have there may be lots of comments like that from yesterday. Is that okay?
Sure.
Just that we stay on this topic for right now. So this is the annual State of the Urban Forest, so raising that as an annual report. The feedback that we've heard in terms of edits here are for consistency to align with a 5-year canopy assessment and 5-year summary of new trees on a 5-year basis, unless we have technology that allows us to do that more easily. And also to make sure that there will be a maintenance section that allows us to report on catch-up maintenance in the report card.
Could we also include damage from undue events like storms and
Yep.
fires?
Thank you, Bill. Yeah.
I think we're going to talk about this too, but, the sustainability indicators, there's like 30 areas where the urban forest was judged, basically are assessed, and some of those were low, medium, and high. Couldn't use those to evaluate the forest, because they're already kind of
Yeah.
assessed. It's on,
Yeah, that was either in the beginning or the end.
well, there's the summary on page 43, but the appendix has a more detailed, where it covers everything about the canopy, risk assessment, the department, and then even the community.
Yeah, we could change that too. We could add that to the report,
Yeah.
update the sustainability indicators.
Okay. Are we good to move on to the next bullet? Okay, the second objective, again, under the appreciation and shared stewardship of the forest, would be restoring the city's Tree City USA designation. I think, Justin, you made a comment
The
about
application's
this
in.
yesterday?
Yeah,
Okay.
the application's in, and I don't know when we'll hear back, but it should be soon.
Just on this topic, are there any other designations or things that would be good for the city to achieve beyond Tree City USA? Like, this is one.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, are there other ones that would be desirable for
They,
us?
they had mentioned this Society of Municipal Arborists, which is now called the Urban and Community Forestry Society, to get their designation and accreditation, which you need the Tree City USA first, and I think that's really good. All the ones to show that designation and just the accreditations to show that we care about the trees.
Did we meet all of the points that we would need to meet when you sent off our application? Have we met all of the criteria that they're
Yeah.
asking for?
Yeah, we have
So
a tree
we're
ordinance.
assuming we're going to
Yeah.
get it.
It's
Okay.
a tree ordinance, a Arbor Day celebration, someone in charge of the trees, and $2 per capita on tree maintenance, which we blew out of the water, so we have, yeah.
As far as Arbor Day celebration, I wish that we could have an Arbor Day celebration and an Earth Day celebration and not combine them like we did last year. Because each one of those is real specific, and I think combining them just kind of muddies it up a bit.
I agree. I just needed to get it done, so I had to tack on to what was there. So I had to do my own Arbor Day, which is, yeah.
excuse me, I don't know if this is the place to suggest this, but Bob Harari and I had talked at the community meeting about the really need probably to have some kind of a document, a booklet or something to give to prospective property owners, current property owners, residents, tourists, about Carmel's history with its forest.
That's coming up on the fourth bullet under this topic is outreach
okay.
materials.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that would fit there. That would fit nicely there. So beyond Tree City USA, you said, Justin, there was a designation related to Urban and Community Forest Society?
Yeah, which is formerly the Society of Municipal Arborists, which is what they have it down as SMA, but during the creation of this plan, they changed their name to UCFS, Urban and Community Forestry Society.
Okay. Is there any, I know there was Carmel Cares ran I think it was a Keep America Beautiful there was some kind of campaign that Carmel Cares did for the city of Carmel related to Keep America Beautiful. Is there any overlap with trees with that, or is that just all litter?
I think that's mostly litter.
Just litter,
And
okay.
I'll look out for some other ones from the other societies and organizations I'm part of.
Okay. Maybe just look,
I think having things throughout the year, you could even create something because, this is unique enough that you can say Carmel Forest Day,
Yeah, and we were going through all the old records. There used to be.
We used to have tree giveaway.
Tree giveaway, that's the one we found. We saw that, planting trees for tree giveaway, or growing trees for tree giveaway in December. And all those things. I mean, I've got like 45 cypresses at the yard that I'm trying to
Giveaway.
get rid of, so yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we've got all kinds of things like that. Or, yeah, and even to the point where if we can grow enough to put part of that in terms of the replanting stock, like when someone needs to replant a tree, it's like, hey, look, the city already has it.
okay,
Would you be
that
giving them
moves
away?
into.
Just a question. Would you be giving them away or do we
I
sell
was
them?
deciding, it's like Pebble Beach, they sell them to the residents.
Yeah, I was
we
gonna
could
say.
probably, either one.
We can always use the money for something else, so maybe.
So our 8.3 was developing a wood utilization program. The action there, collaborating with region and volunteers to explore opportunities for log pickup, wood utilization. Did anybody have any feedback or comments on that?
I like that idea.
Yeah, and we do some of it now, like we have the Alaskan mill where we'll mill benches. But, there's always more that can be done. I know West Coast Arborist has an actual utilization mill down in Southern California that you could make anything from more than just benches. They make, birdhouses, everything. And I think, I was thinking about this when I was going to sleep the other night. Not just reutilizing the wood, but because we have such a good inventory, it could be like this bench was made out of tree 9624.
Exactly.
And it's actually, we removed an alder tree in front of Devendorf Park several years ago that was really bad and termite ridden and disease ridden. And I just had it made into a bowl for my wife because my son's name is Alder. So I took a picture of the tree and gave it to her when I gave her for our anniversary.
That's great. And my tree that fell was probably 125 years old. I had a permit to take it down, but it fell down before they came. 2 days before they came, it fell. But it was a wonderful tree and fairly straight, and it's lying down there at Rio Park right now. The whole thing was taken down. I thought, that it would be lovely to utilize it for something.
A lot of logs down there. Yeah.
Trees down there, yeah. But I think that's a great idea.
I just think the idea with the amount of, it would be a little difficult if we're doing a lot at once, but if we're doing one big tree or like a big cypress,
Right.
then we can even just put like a wax crayon or a chart, something as we know, this is this tree, And when it becomes a bench, you can put a tag or something,
Yeah,
formerly tree number six, you
yeah.
know.
You can do that to my tree when you discover it. I can point it out to you.
That also might be something that we put through Friends of Carmel Forest to raise money for the forest or something, you know, to
Yeah,
sort of
That's-
bring
that's a
it
good
back home.
idea.
That's true. We made it, I made a joke about it that, you know, if we're having problems with the budget, we'll just hold a forestry bake sale in terms of selling, you know, woodworking materials.
It's interesting. I do think one of the impressions I have is there are a lot of ideas in this plan. To me, this is one of them that fits this. They are interesting and each important, but in terms of, I think one of the things as we go through the revision, how we set the priorities for them, because this is one to me that feels against a backdrop of some of the things we've talked about, protecting our forest. The one thing that's missing in this area, it's actually missing in all of them, is all of the goals and objectives are very focused on the city management of the city trees, and I think we're, right, the priority levels, right? But I think we're missing the opportunity to set some objectives around how we incentivize our residents on their private properties to also have shared stewardship of our forest. Does that make sense? So I think that these are some of the things that, as we think about strategically what's most important, I think developing some objectives around that. We don't have the authority to tell people what to do, but I think making it easy for people to support the stewardship of the profile of Carmel is really
Absolutely.
Do
important.
we have like a mulch giveaway area where,
It's actually always been there, so people just need to contact us and we let them into Rio and pick up chips if they want.
You might want to mention the new Senate bill, or AB, whatever it is, that requires mulch distribution to all cities, the one that just got passed.
Yeah. I was just going to add that we have
Yeah.
the mulch giveaway, yeah.
But there's a law that requires it now. Yeah.
That would fit well here. Thank you, Bill. Okay, and then the next objective was the last one under this goal of fostering community engagement and partnership. The last one that was here was developing outreach materials and opportunities to engage and educate. So this is where having resources, having educational materials available to the public. We talked a little bit about this yesterday with the tree species list, right tree in the right place, how to plant a tree, how to prune a tree, how to water a tree, what our tree ordinances are. These were all listed as actions. There was another one here about creating a public tree walk to recognize significant trees in our community, including historically significant trees. Linda, did you have some additional comment on this one?
Well, I would just say that in these objectives, we're coming up against the sort of conflict, the internal conflict of this document, which is advocating the 10, 20, 30 rule, basically, which would take away the native Monterey pine live oak forest, right? So I think I have a question about diversity. I think we ought to be encouraging genetic diversity in our Monterey pines and oaks and associated species. And this sort of seems like a kind of a poison pill.
so you're saying like educate the public so that they,
So that they know about the native Monterey pine forest, so they know where they are, you know. They're not just in any urban forest.
well, just if nobody, I guess I can make an announcement. On Saturday, November the 9th, Friends of Carmel Forest is having a tree talk where we're going to focus on Monterey pine. Nikki is going to give the kind of the first talk, and Brian Jacobson, longtime arborist, is going to give another talk on caring for mature pine trees. So we're trying to get ahead of this by doing something like that.
So that's a good example of the type of activity that would fall underneath this, right? Which is,
And maybe here would a booklet or brochure, small booklet, something attractive, readable, informative so that people who are thinking of buying property here, know that they're in a very special community. And people who already live here and don't actually understand that would be educated as well. Something enjoyable to read about Carmel history. Maybe that could be added.
Yeah, I would suggest that you have a booklet like that that's made available not only to prospective new residents, but to everybody at Arbor Day and Earth Day.
Right.
And that the beginning, the preface to this brochure be something along the lines of the city's history of protecting Monterey pines and valuing Monterey pines. And that sort of sets the preface for all the other information about trees. And then finally, that last bullet, urban forest resiliency and the importance of species diversity, I think that should read differently and read urban forest resilience and the value of native trees and understory species.
Yes.
Because species diversity means, all sorts of different things that are awesome, like peppers and alders and whatnot, but it really is about conserving the character of the Carmel forest. And it's not just the trees, mind you, it's all those understory species as well.
I would like to make a suggestion of having this brochure at the visitor center and having a page that is a self-guided tree walk.
Ooh, that's cool. That's a good idea.
Thanks, Maria. I think we had a tree walk bullet here, right? But I think having for people to do self-guided is great. That's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I think having something that, goes to everybody that buys a house is important. I've said that before about the public right-of-way in general, because these are unique features of living in Carmel that otherwise, honestly, people just don't really pick up, or maybe they pick it up years later. And I think it would be helpful if when you buy a house, we know when that happens, send somebody some information. There's honestly some other stuff that should probably go with it in addition to forest stuff, but for sure.
Does anybody know how many houses are sold monthly?
Ask David.
Because
Let's take that up separatly.
Yeah.
I want to try and keep us on our topic, but
yeah.
the
Only
point being,
because if say it's 10 or 15, it's a manageable, you can actually approach those 10 people. But if it's 50 or 60, or more, maybe it's too much. But it's a manageable, you can actually visit them and say, hey.
Yes, but the entities buying these homes aren't John Doe, they're Monterey Pines LLCs.
Would it be something?
They don't live in town, they live.
Would it be something that
Yeah.
we would want to give out this information before they buy so they can make an informed decision?
If it's a corporation,
It's they're just investments. Sure we can do it, but these are just portfolio pieces to these people.
I don't know. I think
Not
there's,
everybody.
I think
I
that it's
think
frequently,
there's-
you
Yeah,
frequently
I-
know who it is, and there's an address you can
Yeah.
send.
Right.
It's the address that where they're getting their property tax bill.
For the recent
You can
development, I
send
haven't
them.
seen a lot of LLCs.
okay, let's keep on topic. I
don't know, am I allowed to say?
You missed public comment.
you missed the public comment, but you may make a comment.
Oh, I just wanted to say that if we went through escrow companies, we could ask them to provide certain information, their books and things like that at
Yeah.
the time of escrow.
Right.
That's good.
I think I've been taking some notes, but I think after we get through all the goals, one of the things I'd like to have a little bit of a roundtable discussion on are there any places that we feel like these goals are missing things, separate from the background that we need to address, but are there goals? And I would say one of the places that, a question that I'll have for the group later is on this topic of how do we create objectives or a goal around supporting our residents to make good stewardship decisions about our forest? Is that something that we want to sprinkle throughout each of these goals? Like, for example, this is a place where having a bullet point specifically related to that would be relevant. Or do we want to call it out as a separate item all by itself and wrap up multiple things? Does that make sense? There's been several places where we could add a component about how we could support, encourage our residents to make good choices. And so I think that's really going to be a structural thing. Like, do we embed that? Do we weave that across every place it fits in the document, or do we just call it out as a totally separate section?
I think it should be in both contexts, but also if you read the policies that are in the current general plan in the coastal resource element, for instance, you'll see that there are already policies in our general plan that do address this as well. So maybe we could add policies to that part, seek to add policies to that part of the, I mean, whatever we come up with that's new, we would want to
Just pull those in.
incorporate, or vice versa, actually. Yeah.
I just think to me, that's the one area that we're sort of, it's a big gap in my mind, that everything is oriented towards the city, and it's a city guiding document, but I don't think it's out of scope to address how the city can support our residents to make good choices.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
I would use it as a separate topic because I think there's so many elements you can put in there.
Okay, so moving on to the goal number 9 was providing urban forestry volunteer opportunities, and there were 2 suggested sub-objectives here. These are on page 71, just to keep everybody on where we are in the document. The first of those was continuing to collaborate with community partners to increase awareness of the urban forest and facilitate participation in tree planting and stewardship activities. So did anybody have any comments on these actions or things they would like to edit here?
I'd like to add our contractors, like West Coast Arborists and others, they're very much community oriented and they'd love to be a participant.
I'd like to ask who would train and organize these volunteers?
Staff.
Oh, you'd have a lot of time to do that.
Yeah.
Bill, I want to make sure I got your comment. You're saying
Include on the first line,
our
our vendors, they have the community outreach.
Okay,
I mean, in Anaheim, they spend about $1 million a year in community, West Coast does.
okay.
Yeah, I think, West Coast Arborists and other tree companies can sponsor some of these programs.
Yes.
Yeah, they donated the tree for Arbor Day, and I see them at the Monterey events. They're pretty active in the communities that they serve.
Okay. Are they one of our contractors?
Yeah.
One of our large contractors, okay. And all of our large contractors would have that?
We could ask, right?
We can always ask. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure I could twist Tope's arm.
Okay.
Davey, I'm sure, would do it. Davey?
We don't have Davey as a contractor.
No?
No, it's Tope, West Coast, and community.
Oh.
Okay, and the next sub-bullet number 2 was support volunteer-led urban forestry projects. There were a lot of, over a dozen bullets here. So I would ask the question again, Justin, like, do we have, back to the question when we talked about, do you have as appropriate staffing, and for you to review that, if we would create a forestry department to deliver this plan, right? Assuming that was the case, does anybody have any feedback or comments on these actions?
I go back to organizing the volunteers. As a member of the Communities Activities Commission, the city has tried for 10 years or longer than I'm aware of to get an organized volunteer group going under the city. And they haven't succeeded. And so it doesn't mean that they shouldn't keep trying. But there's a lot of areas that the city could use volunteers, and possibly that might occur, and some of them would be available if they're interested in a tree section of the volunteer program. I think you have to ask volunteers, what do they like to do? Some might like to file papers, and other ones, like Carmel Cares, likes to do gardening. So it would involve a city project, because the city's liable, as we all know. They have to fill out a form, sign liability if they're volunteering. So it's a good plan, but again, you have to consider the city.
I think it falls back to somewhere earlier, where it really called out for a volunteer coordinator. Like this, for the amount of, help we get and the amount of dancing around to manage and bring in new volunteer opportunities, I feel like it would need to be someone's job, like full-time.
Just for volunteer.
Yeah, I mean,
City volunteer.
because you've got All-Star Tom there doing most of it, but that's not his job. He also manages so many other things, and it's really can be a lot.
Justin, what would you allow volunteers to do as far as the urban forestry, like besides the planting and watering? Like,
Young tree care, I mean, I would have to just make sure they're vetted and know what they're doing, like,
so that we could train them in those, basic structural pruning of young trees. Cities do that.
Volunteer?
Yes.
Yeah, like the Friends of the Urban Forest in,
In
or
San
the
Francisco.
in San Francisco. They kind of manage all the street trees.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
it would
train
have to-
them and they kind
Yeah,
of
they have to
certify.
go through a month-long academy of training to learn how to prune the trees. I'd have to really think about everything we do and probably talk about liability and stuff too, to see what we could allow. It'd have to be kind of case by case. I wanted to see who the group was and how they were going to approach stuff.
So this reminds me, back in 2003, I wrote a letter to Mike Branson telling him, I'm a certified arborist. I'm skilled in training young trees. Could I do some training on some of the street trees? He didn't get back to me. Then I approached him again. He said, yeah, it's a great idea. Let me get back to you. And then he never responded. Some of those trees that I could have helped 20 some years ago have already, grown. But sometimes there's, not just me, but there's people that can help. But just because there's some little red tape that you could get over, they can help.
No, and I mean, our community's filled with a lot of capable and very smart people.
Yeah.
So I think, again, it's, beyond my capacity to really flesh out those kind of programs with the amount of stuff I've got going on. So I think that really a volunteer coordinator could really take the reins on that and, bring me in when we come and make a training program, or anyone else around the city. It all depends on, what is seen to be, what the liability is, and how everything, what kind of this program would really look like. So I think there is room. I think that makes sense. I just need to know who the people are, who's going to supervise them.
Because you're going to probably train your staff on risk management, right?
Yeah, most likely, eventually.
If they're capable, I'm sure there are people in the community that are capable of doing some basic risk assessment.
Oh, that's another probably question for the city attorney in
Yeah.
terms of
It's a
liability.
liability issue.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question, Justin. So I've been managing, actually created a public walkway and
I've
native
noticed.
planting. So that used to be near Fifth. It was just a sandy spot where people planted their cars during the day and, watched my mother's TV through the window from their cars. Anyhow, it was a blight to the neighborhood. So the city gardener and I got together and we put that walkway in and planted all the native plants there. And then I've been managing and planting the neighborhood, actually won an award long ago. They're all gone now, but I'm remaining. And I'm still, my husband and I, Jackson and I, are still managing that, but we are older, and also we're outside this model that you're talking about. So we could use some help and to have some sort of, I don't know, some sort of legitimized role that includes the city. And because our project has been planting native trees, pines, oaks, and understory shrubbery, it's kind of a model. That was how it started out, Actually, Gary Kelly started, got me inspired. So where does something like this project fit in? And could it be a sort of a model for projects throughout the city where zones of the city that have room for planting could follow this model of planting native trees with native understory to show people how beautiful that can be,
That does sound like a great idea. I just don't.
Yeah, you don't.
It would fit under here. It
Yeah.
certainly would fit under
In
this.
here.
Yeah.
But I think that the bigger, this to me just feels a little bit like it's another one of those that's important, but that you presently don't have the resources or staff to implement. And I think that one of the things that when this plan goes forward, there's nothing worse than a city adopting a plan that is either incomplete or overly ambitious such that you're not able to deliver it, right? You lose credibility because you're not doing
Right.
a significant portion of things that are called for.
But maybe this effort could be kind of codified as a volunteer opportunity.
Well, no, I'm saying it should be in the plan, but this goes
Right.
back, we had a conversation
Right.
yesterday about Justin. There was a whole section about
Yeah.
forestry being its own department
Right.
and having
Oh,
sufficient
I
resources.
understand. I understand.
Because,
That really
someone
would
has to
need to
still
be, that would need to be.
implement it.
Yeah.
And, that's time and energy and staff. And it goes back to, that needs to be someone's job of volunteer coordinator.
Right.
That is just to at least develop the outline of that program.
Right.
Just a suggestion that perhaps embedded somewhere in the document, there should be a section on aspirational goals, and that can be included as one, meaning it'd be great, and someday maybe, but not now.
Of course, it is a way of helping to take care of the trees, because if it weren't for our efforts, there wouldn't be the Monterey pines now growing there. We take care of them.
That also falls under, how do we encourage our
Yeah, our
residents.
residents,
to
exactly.
be good stewards of our
That's
forests,
exactly it.
right?
That's
So I
what
think
I'm
that
talking
fits
about.
up under, I
Yeah.
think that's an example of that fitting up under there. I just think it would be useful, we obviously won't get to this in our 2 days, but on the next round of revisions, I think it will be useful to be able to see what, for you, Justin, this is really for you to go through, and what areas do you think you could do now versus realistically accomplish? And where do you have gaps and would need additional resources to be able to achieve them? Because that will then become, I think, when this comes back to Forest and Beach, and when the commission looks at it before it goes to council, right? That will be an important perspective to share with the city council on what's achievable versus what's not with current resources, right?
Yeah, I would be interested in having some more detail on kind of what exactly we're proposing here, like the sort of the concrete, what volunteers would be doing, for example. I wonder about recreating the wheel a little bit, like if you've got Carmel Cares, if you've got Friends of the Forest, presumably folks that are interested are going to those organizations, and because they're volunteer-led, they sort of have more vibrancy than, if a city staff member is going to try to, go and generate a bunch of volunteers. So the question for me is not that it couldn't be a good idea, it's more, what specifically are we asking volunteers to do? And I know that we talked about planting, watering, young tree care potentially, but like getting more specific on that and then thinking, okay, what could the established volunteer groups do
Right.
versus are we trying to create a net new program, and why exactly Not that we don't want to have volunteers, but could we funnel them through existing groups and do training with those groups? So
Well, that would be.
Could they be achieved through, I think that's spot on. We don't need competing volunteer organizations. And I remember we were invited to the Friends of the Forest recently had a meet and greet that we did here at Sunset Center. And I think one of the things that came up in that meeting was a need for more volunteers, new volunteers. A feeling that there weren't enough volunteers. So if we look at our partner volunteer organizations, Friends of the Forest is another one, right, that does tree planting that we might be able to channel.
And perhaps educating them as to what our general plan says and what our codes encourage, which is the planting of native understory plants so that people don't look at public spaces as just gardening opportunities to plant a lot of ornamental plants. But, it might be a way for the city to educate those volunteer organizations to be more in tune with with our codes and with our general plan.
I think the volunteer organizations are coordinating with you, Justin, right, when they're doing plantings and programs? I think those are reviewed by the city.
That's being done.
I don't think people are just out planting. They're not supposed to be out planting.
They're not
I think.
supposed to
They're
be,
not supposed to be out
but-
planting if they're not in
Yeah.
concert with the
Yeah.
forester. Okay, so on this one then, do we want to, it sounds like an edit, something to integrate into this particular one, Hans, is the recognition that these objectives are good objectives, but we should be evaluating whether or not we have community-based volunteer organizations that could also do this, right? That there needs to be some evaluation? Does that work? Okay, all right.
It's a lot to manage.
Okay, I think we have one more goal that we'll try and get to, if possible, before lunch. This was goal number 10, which was preserving the community's character as a village in the forest by the sea. This starts on page 73. This is the focus area where we are in urban forest complementing the unique character of Carmel-by-the-Sea. There were 4 different sub-objectives under this particular focus area of goal 10. The priority area assigned to this was number 1. I think this is where we started our open comments yesterday when we kicked off our session. We're in this area. So let's see if we'll get as far as we can on this goal number 10 before lunch. The first one was to align our urban forestry efforts with areas identified having higher risk to climate change hazards and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan's vulnerability assessment. I don't know, this was, there were 4 different actions under this particular item. Did people have comment on
I would just like to
those?
say, I attended many of the climate committee meetings, and their recommendation, unfortunately, came out of a symposium that was held in the Sierras, talking about the juniper pine forests of the Sierras being at risk from climate change, which they are. And it was extrapolated that the same thing would happen here, but it's a different forest in a different environment entirely. So the recommendation out of the climate committee was that the Monterey pines should be replaced by pines from the southwestern United States and Mexico. And that was just really not a good, it's actually in the plan. So I don't think we really want to take that guidance because it's not what would work for one thing, and it would be certainly not Carmel.
We're on here,
Yeah.
aligning the urban forestry efforts with areas identified having higher risk to climate change hazards in the plan. And Linda's saying that plan conflicts with the character of trees in Carmel, and we shouldn't do this. I think that's a tree, that's an ecological expert, I think, point of view that I don't know, Nikki, if you want to comment on that, or if you have a perspective.
Yeah, I do. I think actually parts of this focus area at urban forest that complements the unique character of Carmel-by-the-Sea, parts of this focus area should be elevated to the very beginning of this section. And I think a primary objective should be to maintain the integrity of the native forest habitat in and around Carmel. And that many of these objectives fall sort of subservient to that. And if you think about maintaining the integrity of Carmel's urbanized forest as a fundamental primary goal, then many of these align. And I agree that climate change is going to dramatically change our environment, but we don't know in what ways. That said, we do know that Monterey pine forests have persisted here for a variety of reasons. It's the proximity to the ocean, it's the soils, it's the cold currents that may change with climate
The
warming.
Monterey Canyon, the Monterey Marine Canyon.
Part of that is influenced by the ocean currents.
Right.
But I think the knowledge that Monterey pine forests have persisted in this region through climate warming and cooling is of paramount importance. And that then should be the guide for climate resilience. Yes, the Carmel forest is going to change, but not that dramatically. It may shrink on the south side or the north side and on the inland side for sure, but the core is going to essentially remain similar to what it is today. And I think that should be elevated in some text or something.
So on this point, because it also ties to the biodiversity, the 10-20-30 component that Davey had been advocating, like when they look at, I remember this also kind of sent us off the rails in the community workshop, because they said we have an over concentration of certain species, and so we should be, taking steps to proactively change, modify what the tree diversity was. So it sounds like I think we heard this in the community survey, I think we've heard this in public comments. I think what we tend to hear more from our community is that we're willing to bank on protecting the integrity of our current forest, even though, despite, recommendations that increased biodiversity can be a basis for a healthy forest, right? I'm not saying I'm not saying we're rejecting the science. I'm just saying that we're choosing to make a choice to protect the integrity of our forest.
And I think
as it exists today.
That choice is fundamental to how you all, as a committee, proceed in developing your recommendations for edits, because that concept of maintaining the integrity of the native forest, I think, needs to be first and foremost. Carmel has a choice. Does it really want to retain the character and integrity of its urbanized forest, or does it want to adopt these other metrics for increased biodiversity and all that, which I think would make this community more like Long Beach or Seaside or something like that, which are not communities placed into a forest habitat. So yeah, I agree with you.
I think that, right, and I think one of the things we've heard in many public comments that have come before us in Beach Commission, and you've mentioned both yesterday and today, is that the Monterey pine forest has persisted through significant climate change and geological eras over time, and so that making the choice to maintain that integrity overarching goal of the plan is a reasonable choice to make, right? It's a scientifically, it's an ecological choice.
Yes,
to make.
scientifically, ecologically, retaining the integrity of what you have is actually going to increase its resilience to withstand whatever impacts may be coming down the pike with climate change.
And also, just the term biodiversity is really misunderstood. I was reading a study out of Europe about the ecological management of pine forests, and in it, they defined a lot of terms, and this is a quote from it. Forest biological diversity results from evolutionary processes over thousands and even millions of years, which in themselves are driven by ecological forces such as climate, fire, competition, and disturbance. Furthermore, the diversity of forest ecosystems in both physical and biological features results in high levels of adaptation, a feature of forest ecosystems, which is an integral component of their biological diversity. Within specific forest ecosystems, the maintenance of ecological processes is dependent upon the maintenance of their biological diversity. So biological diversity actually isn't just you don't create a biodiverse environment by just getting together a bunch of different trees from here, there, and everywhere. Actually, the Monterey Pine Forest is incredibly biodiverse. I mean, there are just an incredible number of species, aren't there, Nikki, associated with our ecosystem?
Yeah, there are.
Right.
And you make a really good point, Linda, in that biodiversity is really different than species diversity,
Right.
which is what this plan calls for as
Right.
it is written right now.
Right.
But it is interesting how we call it the Monterey Pine, and there was approximately, let's say, 1,000, I'm rounding it down, 1,000 pines in the study done of the city property, and there was 4,000 oaks. What happens to the coastal live oak? That's very important to us.
Yeah, that's actually a
But our
co-dominant.
name
Yes, it's
just sounds
co-dominant.
like the only
Yeah.
thing
Right.
that has value is
Yeah.
the pine.
They're the
They-
keys.
they-
Yeah.
Together.
They're the
come
keystone
together.
trees.
Well,
They're-
they need to be mentioned together. then,
They should.
Shelley.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and
You're right.
maybe the thing to do is put some sort of text that describes the Monterey Pine Forest habitat, because oaks are a co-dominant.
Co-dominant, right.
In all the different populations, except for the Mexican islands.
Right.
Yeah, oaks are key.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
yeah, oaks are key.
So on this particular sub-objective here, I guess if this was with the caveat of protecting the integrity of the Carmel forest, right, then, right?
And not just the Carmel Forest, but its surrounding forest that it's a part of.
Right, but I'm just saying for this particular plan, its integrity, it's protecting the integrity of our, so long as the climate action adaptation plan,
Yeah.
where they're compliant with the integrity of our
Right.
forest, we follow it.
Right.
Where it's not compliant, we don't.
Yes,
Is that what
absolutely.
everybody is saying?
That's-
I'm just
that's
trying
it.
to.
That's it.
You're suggesting to not follow the climate adaptation plan in parts? I just want to also touch on, in terms of forestry, the other kind of ecology, fire ecology. If we're saying that we live in a forest, a real forest, the way Monterey pine regenerates is destructive. It falls down, it burns, and it's hard to put that together with all these buildings that we're not going to take away from this area. I understand this term of urbanized forest that was created in 2000 for the plan. Again, going back to Greg D'Ambrosio in 1981, we do not have a traditional forest. We are not growing a lumber product in the market. We do not even have a real forest. We are dedicated to the protection and development of a new concept, an urban forest. We are living in a forest. We have streets and roads, which I know we don't pave Main Street, but now we are paved and we have the meandering streets, but we are living in harmony with these trees, and we need to take into account that the trees have to be retained and come first, but we also as people, and development is not going to slow down, and just going forward, really what that means. I keep shouting it to the rafters that the codes are kind of built around building an 800 square foot house, not a giant building with a basement. We have to go forward, because this is supposed to be a 50-year plan. What's going to go on in the future? At the time where these codes were made, houses weren't concrete blocks with large glass windows.
Right.
And that's not everywhere, Hans. I know. I'm not picking on new building. I'm just saying that I've seen buildings, some ultra modern stuff that has been past planning commission, and it's just not. It's not the same as the little Carmel cottages.
Yeah.
But this is about the public. Let's go, but this is to guide our forestry city trees in the public, right?
I know, we were talking about.
But this is.
But all the talk, I'm talking on all the talk of the forest, and in terms of biodiversity, things that can happen in a forest should not happen here. Fires, large-scale
I agree.
Large-scale tree failures.
Yeah.
Because a Monterey pine's job is to fall down, break the oaks, create a seed bed for it falls down, it destroys the oaks, it creates light to the forest floor, and the pine seedlings regenerate from the bare mineral soil.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you.
It's a good description.
Yeah. Wow. And that's
Mission Trail
why,
Nature Preserve. That's appropriate at the Nature
That's
Preserve.
where it can
Yeah.
that's why you need to have a very proactive approach
That's
to
right.
removing old trees, even if they're not necessarily diseased or hazardous. But reach a certain maturity level where they become hazardous. And then plant new ones.
Kelly about that, yes.
That's it.
Yeah,
Proper forestry.
yeah, be proactive, yeah.
Okay,
We could have
off
a
my
flag-
soapbox.
we could have a flag that says, "Don't tread on me, no, don't fall on me."
I like that, but not with snakes.
Okay, so Justin, you brought us back. This is a good point. So this is saying that align our efforts, right, to be compatible with the climate action and adaptation plans, vulnerability assessments. And I think Linda was saying some of the things in that plan run against our desire, right? That you
Yes.
think there are things in that plan that you think are counter.
Definitely bringing southwestern pines and Mexican pines into our native Monterey pine forest is not a good idea.
But we don't necessarily, when we develop our tree list, don't we have the opportunity here to, in the tree species, in the recommended trees,
No,
recommend our trees?
I don't think so. Not from the southwest, and
No,
leave
we
it
just
out.
wouldn't, we'd leave those out.
absolutely, that's
Okay,
right. I see
okay.
what you're saying, yeah, right. So we just eliminate those, and we just ignore
I know,
that,
they-
ignore that recommendation,
Okay,
basically. Yeah, right. But otherwise, there are a lot of good policies in the
Okay,
climate plan.
so just, all right,
Yeah.
let's just, tree, maybe we can just say here, tree species that are not compatible,
Right.
don't end up on our list, okay? Right, is that, okay?
Yes.
That's good.
Well, they aren't native here, is that correct?
Right. They're native
So-
to the southwest
right,
and
so-
to Mexico. Right.
Yeah,
I think they're
And-
just with increased temperatures, right? They're just raising.
I understand, yeah, but just for,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like some native ranges are shrinking, like redwood is going north.
right. How far south are they from here, Justin?
Redwoods?
No, the
They're
trees that we just mentioned.
They're talking
What
about
trees?
The
southwestern
they have-
Arizona, New
Well,
Mexico
those are just areas. What trees are we talking
areas.
about?
Right. We're talking about pines.
The
ones
That was
that
what
you
they were
just
recommending.
mentioned.
They didn't mention species. They just said pines from the southwest and Mexico.
There weren't species?
Yeah, I don't-
Okay.
Okay.
Being specific.
So we're drifting into the
Yeah.
second sub-bullet here, which is continue to incorporate tree species that maintain the community's feel of being a village and a forest, which we elevated as a high priority.
Yeah, Kelly, before we move on to
Yep.
that one, may I just add something to the fourth bullet
Sure.
under the first actions section? It says, reduce the vulnerability of infrastructure to storms by providing regular routine maintenance. I would just add, reduce the vulnerability of infrastructure to storms and hazards. Just in case, I don't know, someone runs into a mature Monterey pine with a car and it becomes a hazard.
Yep. Okay.
And then that tree could be taken out by routine maintenance.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Okay.
I hope
and
not.
what Justin just mentioned, that when a Monterey pine falls on an oak tree, you're taking out two trees then, just being able to, minimize that. Yeah.
And we'll leave it up to Justin to figure out what those are.
And I have a
I don't think
question.
anyone wants those trees falling.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have a question about the fourth bullet, incorporating trees into stormwater management systems. Now with a lot of basements, we're cutting into root zones. We're also diverting underwater streams. So how does that work?
I don't think that's what this was necessarily about. I think it's more about bioswales and ways to try to get to capture the water and get the trees to absorb it and pump it out. But that's a whole nother problem. Because then, they build the basement where there's an underwater stream and then they get up so upset because the extra waterproofing and sump pumps and the water's being diverted where it's not normally going.
Okay, to move on to the next objective. Okay, so this was the incorporating tree species that maintain the communities, maybe instead of feel, this is a good place to put your word integrity, Nikki, on the revisions. And this is, I'm not, did folks want to comment on these actions?
Yeah, I think we need to work with private residents and property because they can plant species that we would never plant in the city. Conifers, like you said, from down south, or even conifers that do good here, like the Canary Island pine. So helping them appreciate, and that's one way, if you maintain some of the Monterey pines and shows them as an example of trees that can do very well here and they can be safe and healthy and they work around homes, then they're a lot more likely to plant them. But if they see them as large, unmanaged trees that fall, then they're not going to want to plant them.
It's a good point of perception because, right now everyone's so scared of pines.
Yeah.
I think it was interesting in the survey. It was definitely a love-hate relationship, but the hate part was about fear and safety of deferred maintenance. It wasn't a fear that I don't want pines ever. It was, please just catch up on the ones that haven't been maintained.
Yeah.
So to me, it felt like there was more love in that survey.
Yes.
Right, and and I didn't think that, and certainly if you look at what the results were, and people embrace and appreciate the forest that we have. There's just I think Hans, you mentioned, like when you talk to people, or I'm not sure where Hans went, but there's a lot of concern right now about catching up with maintenance, right? On this particular one, my thought was, I thought it was too light. I think we should be guiding our neighborhoods with our Carmel character, and I think we should be advocating for native species. I think the verbs here could be stronger in terms of our position as we think about how, providing in the tree species list, for example, being able to, which trees do we, as a city do we prefer, and which trees, if they're able to, which ones we would prefer. So we're not going to dictate, but to guide people with, as opposed to if someone, rather that we, if someone has a tree to plant, rather than looking at the list and deciding, oh, I want to put an ornamental, or that we should have guidelines that suggest, like, these are trees we would recommend, and here's the priority that the city views of trees, so that people have the opportunity to follow that, and that they have the education to the ability to follow that, as opposed to just picking something randomly without direction.
Didn't we used to do that, Justin? And if we're not doing it now, I recall seeing the slip that people would get when they had a choice. And there were certain choices on there. There was a list with just certain choices on it. I'm not sure if that's what we're doing now, but 5+ years
Wait,
ago,
you
that's
mean
what we
for
were doing.
city trees?
Yeah. No. When you put a
Yeah,
put a tree in
that's
there.
what that's what the list is, the tree species
Yeah.
list.
No, it was a very
And-
small list.
And that
Years
list, Justin, you know, that list was devised in the face of pitch canker. And it wasn't put together very scientifically, because Torrey pines are on the list, they're invasive. Canary pines are on the list, they're invasive, and they carry a deadly disease too, a fungal disease that causes harm to people with compromised immune systems. So you don't really want to be planting Canary Island pines. You don't want to be planting liquid ambers, because they do the same thing. They carry the same fungus. And so you want to really research what trees, and I hope Nikki can help choose the species and make them native to our area, because we do have some other species that we could plant from our area. Don't you think, Nick?
Yeah, I think the tree list can certainly, and I know we're not there, but just briefly, the tree list can certainly be revised. I think there should be a list of recommended
Yeah.
native trees, as Kelly has pointed out. But I don't think you can prevent people on their own property
Yeah.
from planting flowering cherries and other
Right.
things
And
that.
that's part of it too,
Yeah.
is the recommended tree species list that we compile is the allowable trees for replanting requirements. But at the end of the
Yes.
day, it's someone's private property, and you can't tell them they can't plant certain things.
Yeah, so-
Maybe unless they're really, really invasive, like I would
Yeah.
discourage people from planting Maytens.
And
Right.
Tory
Because,
pine.
but you are allowed, aren't you, Justin, to, in your forest enhancement plan for a new building permit, because you're supposed to have a forest, you're supposed to okay the person's landscape plan, and part of that is a forest enhancement plan that is recommended, not recommended, but actually required by our codes and by our goals. If you read our general plan, it's in there.
But things
So
can be
maybe-
added after.
But and
a living list.
Maybe that would be a place to really get it going in the right direction, but then you can't come and police
I
them.
think the bigger thing is having a tree list where it's clear that we're providing guidance and what maintain. Right now, I think, it's not just having a spreadsheet of 200 trees or
Right.
just, I think it's, we might be pleasantly surprised at the number of people who would pick something off the preferred list if such a list existed, and it showed things like the watering requirements, the getting it in the right place, does this need shade or sun, or
Yeah.
just the basics right now.
But right now in the codes, the requirement is for, if you remove a tree, to plant in like kind. So if you remove a pine, you're to plant a pine on your property. This isn't public property, this is private property. That's what's in the codes.
I don't think.
Will you
so.
find that? I haven't
will.
seen that, but I have seen if you take in the terms that we did use, if you remove an upper canopy, you must replace with another upper canopy.
Yeah, I don't think it's
I don't think it's
spelled out that it's
specific.
pine
I
for
haven't
pine. I
seen
think
that.
it's-
You showed me that yesterday.
Yes, here it is. This is from the general plan,
Do you know what
coastal
page it's
resource
on?
management element.
Which plan?
The 2001.
It's the 2003,
Okay.
2003.
It's not the forest management plan. It's the-
This is our general plan.
Okay.
This is the
But the
Constitution.
municipal code is the law.
But this is the guidance, this is.
It's the guidance.
It's the
but the
recommendation.
municipal
It's not the
code is
recommendation.
Municipal code is the law.
Well, let's read it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
let's take this.
Steps must be taken to minimize the threat to existing helping Monterey pines and new seedlings to ensure continued diversity in the species, age, and location. And that means genetic diversity. This document includes policies to respond to this issue. Disturbance and/or removal of mature and disease-resistant trees during construction or other development activities should be avoided. Permit conditions requiring replacement trees for those removed from private land should be monitored and enforced to ensure that the trees are healthy and reach maturity. Replacements should be in like kind. It is essential that these and other policy directives be carried out to ensure that the Monterey pine forest landscape is protected so that the forested character of this unique coastal village is preserved.
But it does say should be.
And also
So
like kind
not
is
still-
I don't think that would stand up in court if that was challenged. And
So let's take this as a separate item to, maybe
Yeah.
you can
Would it
follow
stand
up
up?
and, yeah, let's take this, let's take the section
yes.
and maybe we can have a update at our next meeting.
Yeah, I don't think that's for
Yeah,
this.
that's not for
Yeah.
this, okay. Okay, so moving along to the next item, the third item on this topic was preserving and protecting space for public trees. There were a number of actions here on page 74, at the top of page 74. Does anybody have any comments, or did anybody make any notes on this particular item, goal number 10.3?
I would just suggest that the title be Preserve and Protect Space for Public Trees and Understory Species, because sometimes you can plant a tree and then in 10 years, there's all kinds of space for manzanitas or ceanothus or other things like that, particularly in the medians.
Yeah, and try to enlarge those planting spaces, because you're only going to get the size of tree according to that very small soil volume. And so if there's any opportunity to combine a couple of planting sites, so you make one large one, or just enlarge them as you plant trees, you're going to get bigger trees and not stunted, 10-foot trees.
Okay, and there's some provocative things here, right? Retrofitting our streets in the downtown area into pedestrian-only plazas to incorporate large tree planters, right? That, is there a,
This was part of the 2016 vision. A bunch of citizens got together in the 90s and came up with a plan called the 2016 vision. And this was one of their recommendations to make the downtown more cool and green and pedestrian friendly. Yeah.
I mean, it just
It
says,
says explore.
it says explore. I mean, that sounds, it sounds like a great idea, but I'm not a planner. I don't know the impacts of that. I mean, it would be, I love it when downtown spaces have that. I just, I don't want to.
There is a plan in front of the library a few years ago that would close 6th Street, El Vesuvio's and the library, to make that part of the park and a plaza, which is a great idea and a good plan, but the city doesn't have the funding.
Right.
I mean, I've seen the design, but the city doesn't have funding even to try to do that. El Vesuvio's is fine with it, so is the library. Because of the interest in the farmers market and Earth Day and all these days and the upcoming parade. So there are people looking at that, but the merchants do not like it or want it. No, so because those people have nowhere to park, to shop, to walk, the pedestrian, because the city has not built any parking spaces. So that walking pedestrian is not happening for a very long time, but I do hope the other plan in front of the library does come to fruition someday.
Yeah.
I just, in the spirit of like picking our battles, I'm just wondering if this is one that we would consider removing.
I mean, it just says explore, so I mean, might as well just, let's not close that off, because that does sound really
It's
cool.
aspirational.
Well,
Yeah, it's an aspirational goal.
That's not how
It's been brought up many times.
Yeah.
explore.
I think one of the other things that we discussed with Greg D'Ambrosio at one point was creating, taking maybe a parking space and creating more of a parklet with large trees versus going down the street and doing all of these little tree squares which have utility issues. So that was one area when it comes into large tree planters that has been discussed in the past.
Yeah, that was in the last plan, and that, there was all those mini parks. I mean, it would be interesting to see how you do it, aspirational, give and take with the shop owners, and you have to talk with other, I mean, that also, with the new state law, how we're gonna manage that, where we're supposed to paint red everywhere by the curbs, by the stop signs. So we're already removing a lot of supposedly reducing the amount of parking spaces, so that, I mean, I think it'd be amazing. I just don't know how, that would take another long, but because I know that met strong opposition as well, the compliance with the state law about the red spaces along the intersections.
Do you know that back in the day, before the median went up Ocean Avenue, the merchants hated that idea. They fought it tooth and nail, because they were losing parking spaces in the middle of the road. So there's always that opposition to encounter, but it is an aspirational idea.
Do we want to
Any other
amend these, or just?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, were there any edits to these that are here, or are people comfortable with what's presented?
I think they're good to leave in.
Okay,
The one that we've had just sort of a conflict with, small stature species that are utility friendly, so we are seeing the older trees come down. We're seeing a lot of utility lines and poles be exposed, and it's really unattractive, I have to say, from an aesthetic point of view. So I'm just wondering how we cover those up as they used to be covered up by cypress or pines, or even oak can go up. If we do little small lollipop trees under all the utilities,
How about our natives? How about ceanothus and toyon and wax myrtle and all the really lovely natives that actually grow in the forest, and they're very, very pretty. Coffee berries, they live 200 years and they're terrific. Ceanothus, they'd be beautiful to hide the poles, and they don't grow that tall, maybe.
I think that's a
20
note
feet.
for
Yeah, that's
Nikki for this species
Species.
list,
Mhm.
like in
Those
terms of,
species.
right, what alternatives do we have if
Yeah.
a tall pine tree doesn't work with the power lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are,
PG&E keeps cutting down the tall trees anyway, so having something different would be
nice, something else that flowers. Ceanothus is lovely, however, it doesn't live long, but there are a lot of
They grow
manzanitas.
fast, though.
There are a lot of manzanitas that grow quite tall and live for a very long time. You're right, coffeeberry and toyon can become 10 feet tall even.
Yeah,
And there are other native things like wax myrtle, as you mentioned.
right. Silk tassel, that's a nice one.
That's another one, yeah. And those can go on the recommended tree list, actually.
Yeah,
Rather than be called out here.
right, right.
Because in my yard, under the oaks, coffeeberry that was there, it's a native to the site. It's now 20 feet tall. Nikki,
Wow.
I've got a coffeeberry that's grown like a tree, and it's
They do.
absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So maybe on the bullet here where we're talking about space limitations related to hardscape and utility conflicts, bullet number 4, include small statured native species that are utility friendly, right? Like, so just emphasize, I think we'll probably put native in a lot of places, but that's another place to emphasize native.
It works perfectly.
Okay,
I
yeah,
think that's
okay.
perfect, yeah.
And right below that, avoid planting non-native species, right? Or species with a history of hardscape damage. I just think it means it's the framing of how we continue to reinforce what we want versus what our preference is. Okay, so that native. Okay, and we had one more under this item, which is, continue to use alternative sidewalk materials to prevent removals, including, and here are the actions. Justin, do you want to talk?
Can I ask
about
you,
this
there
one?
was the one, I'm
Sure.
just curious,
Yep.
I'm sorry. The very last bullet point, and I don't know if I just missed it, but optimize the environmental benefits by planting the largest species possible. It was right under that.
Yeah.
I think that's if you can, if
For a
it can.
site.
If it can take, if
take
it's
it.
the right, if it's a place that it could thrive, but
Right.
if not, no.
No, I know, I was concerned about that. Just, yeah, I mean, I can understand, but what do we go to what its optimal height is, and we assume if it can reach 120 feet, then we don't plant it there because we see this isn't a place to put a tree that's 120 feet. I mean,
Yeah, and
Are
also
we-
the soil requirements.
Right.
The height requirements, just kind of overall.
right, and you know what that would look like. So
Yeah.
you know what an optimally, what
Yeah.
height can be put in any particular place.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
It almost seems like those bullets need to be reversed. So if, when you're going into replanting, right, you want to pick what is
What
the
works.
maximum thing that would thrive there? And if you've got utility poles, then you pick something that's native,
Absolutely.
that's smaller, right?
Right.
That's kind of the hierarchy. Like
Absolutely.
if you can put the pine back, go for it. But if you can't, then pick something else that's at least native,
Right.
right?
Works with it.
So this is just a test, Justin. I'm just saying against that objective, right? In a city place where we can put a tree, then if that were sort of the order, then would we be putting those geckos on San Carlos? I'm asking Justin.
I mean, they're really small planter spaces. So I don't know if pines are necessarily the right thing to go there. They're on a block with cypresses and eucalyptus and liquid ambers, so it's not like a solid Monterey pine block. I thought that color would be nice there, and the first place we tried the rubberized sidewalks, which looked really nice.
Yeah, yeah.
And ginkgos are weaved throughout that neighborhood. So I thought that.
Justin, do you know that when ginkgos get big, well, first of all, they don't harbor any habitat for virtually anything, but when they get big and they start to flower, apparently they produce a fruit.
Females do, and if there are
Really?
female, yeah, and then we cut them down because
Yeah.
female ginkgos are supposed to be bred out during nursery stock, and they're not supposed to make it to market. And if they do, that's a mistake. So we would have to remove them.
Maybe toyons would be a nicer choice. They're so pretty.
I was just raising that as a question
Yeah,
because I
right.
think absent having the guidelines,
Right,
right? I think
that's
there's some
right.
good reasons to pick a ginkgo, right? I'm not saying that's problematic, but I think against what we were just talking about, if you have a height limitation or you're trying to aim for something and you're trying to maintain a certain look and feel, then maybe on that smaller species list, it has things like you were just describing. And
Maybe we should start to try planting the natives instead of the non-natives, which we've been planting, like the olives. Maybe we should replace them with manzanita or, Dr. Hurd or some of the larger manzanita, toyans.
Plant only
that kind of
natives.
thing.
They're all native.
We plant, last month, we planted 40 trees, and they were all pines or oaks or cypresses.
But I mean in those areas where a tree isn't available, isn't appropriate,
Yeah, I mean, that's,
where a smaller
yeah,
shrub
we've
or
been
something
planting
like
a lot of
that.
oaks.
Right, yeah.
May I ask
Okay.
one more question on sizing? When we have utilities on one side of the street and say, smaller trees are on one side and then we have the larger on, is that lopsided?
I mean, it
Creating a lopsided landscape?
is, but we're kind of bound by the fact we have overhead utilities. It's-
Why don't we bury the electrics?
when we
Love
bur-
that
Jerry's
idea.
gonna manage
When we
that
bury
for
the
us.
electrics, we dig a trench and cut all the trees down.
Oh, no.
Do it in the center of the street.
And what Tamara has said about burying electric, do that for the $100 million bond issue, which we'll go to the budget committee and talk about. That's what we need in this town. Before we get sued for somebody falling on the sidewalk or other. I can go on.
Okay, let's bullet back and move to our last item under this particular area, which is, we're back with alternative sidewalk materials. Do you want to, there's a lot of actions here. Justin, maybe you can comment on this one. I don't know if anybody has any.
I have a question.
Feedback
Do
or
we have
input?
rubber sidewalks?
I have major comments on this.
We have
Okay.
rubberized tree wells, which we have a couple. We had enough to do 4.
Sidewalks, not
We don't
sidewalks.
have- we don't have rubberized sidewalks.
Okay, it says use rubber
But
sidewalks.
some of those were cut quite into the,
Well, that, it was whatever the
Not
tree
sidewalks.
planter was. So we just filled the tree planter in. And, Monterey has them all downtown. They're nice, they're permeable, they're soft. If you need to remove the tree or stump later, you can just cut it right out instead of digging up the tree grates will grow around, but the tree can actually, with the rubber, it'll push the rubber out of the way, so it's expandable, or you just cut it out for the tree to grow. It's just expensive. We'd have to do all of downtown with that, we'd have to get a significant budget allocation for that. It's about, for the 4 with maybe 1 or 2 more we can do, that was about $2,000. So,
Safety-wise also, if you
Yes.
accidentally sort of walk in that zone, you're not falling into the
yeah.
the tree, it's much safer. So it has a dual purpose. in
And it
that
doesn't
respect.
wear away over time with the rain, like the decomposed granite does.
Kelly, I just don't know how we haven't been sued 8,500 times for ADA violations.
I know.
On my properties, there's people that go around and look for ways to put a lawsuit, and it's so dangerous. I have my elderly relatives, and I walk them with my arm so they don't fall down on our sidewalk. So we've got to put ADA in this thing, and also, as Tamara said, the life safety issue has to be emphasized here.
okay.
This all looks good, but it's just not practical sometimes.
Any other comments on this particular topic?
Well, we're not using rubber sidewalks, and we don't have asphalt sidewalks, so I don't understand why that's here as a suggestion.
Shouldn't be in there.
Yeah, I would.
And we do use paver blocks.
Yeah, but just
um,
the rubber sidewalk one.
That's usually when the roots lift the sidewalk and then they'll rubberize it so that,
Yeah, but we don't have rubber sidewalks, so that's, somebody reads
I like the
it.
idea of the alternative sub-base. I've used the low-density styrofoam in foundations, so the roots have a chance to grow when they bridge the roots. I think there's a lot of, different good stuff here, that not
have you ever
necessarily.
used structural soil?
I haven't. I've talked to Patrick from Denny Stuffy when he was talking about it, and he explored it. I don't think they ever used it for a driveway on Sentinel Drive. Anything else?
So is styrofoam, I mean, isn't it ecologically not so good? Styrofoam? Seems to me
What'd you
like
say?
they're, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they're trying to
Can you speak
fade.
into your mic?
It seems
so-
like they're trying to phase styrofoam out, aren't they?
These aren't stuff.
Well,
Or are they?
something, I mean,
Some-
whatever you can find that you can take the expandableness of a root is
Yeah.
better than lifting a sidewalk. That's, and it's it's encapsulated, it's not necessarily like it's gonna leach, but
Okay.
So the idea here is
to build
not
your
for our
side-
town and safety, it's really
build the sidewalks around the roots
around the roots, so to try to prevent a removal of a tree in the future,
Yeah.
Right.
right?
and tripping hazards.
And so this is, if you could, then you would, like what you were doing on San Carlos, those ginkgos are in that rubberized
Yeah.
stuff, right? That you would do more of that, if
Yeah.
you could.
That's, it's protecting the tree, but it's also protecting tripping,
It's safer.
safer,
Safety.
keeping the difference between the sidewalk and the bottom of the tree well, it's better to walk, it's safer. And, just all these are just, I think they're more examples. I think more the actual objective, just continue to use and explore alternative sidewalk materials.
As new technology produces items that will, like you said, to explore is a great idea.
Yeah, and even
Yeah.
like building soil levels up, taller curbs.
Okay.
Yeah, just stuff like that. There's all kinds of.
Okay. All right, so I think that completes us through goal number 10. We have two left that we'll take up after lunch. I think lunch was scheduled at 1:30 or 1?
Tom.
It was 1:30,
Oh.
but whenever you all determine it's malleable.
I'm just saying if we, is it
Pardon me.
is it available?
That just went up and said, yes.
Okay. So I guess before we break for lunch, two questions. One is, if anybody has any comments before we break for lunch, and then two, since we're a little bit ahead of schedule, if we would like to offer, if there's any public comment before we break for
I
lunch.
think public comment would be good.
We could do it now, I think, or both. Is there anybody that would like to make a public comment before we break for lunch? Yes. No? Okay. Thank you. Then, if lunch is ready, then maybe we can do our lunch break and,
How long is the lunch break?
I think, was that going to be 45 minutes? Is everybody comfortable with 45 minutes of a break? Oh. Okay. Let's reconvene at 1:45, if that works for everyone. Lunch is upstairs in the courtyard. Yeah, no,
Was it about the police station?
And the lady that was arrested on the beach was.
Oh, that one.
No, it was the worst I'd ever been to. It was an insult.
I think we're just waiting for Hans.
Oh, yeah,
to be
where's
here.
Maria?
Yeah, Maria had a personal emergency, so she will not be here this afternoon. And, well, Hans, we can wait just a minute for Hans.
I'm here for the long haul.
Yeah, okay. I don't know.
Tom, are there any more housing element meetings do you know of? Hans might know.
I don't know, sorry.
Okay.
Hans would definitely
Yeah,
know.
Hans would be the person to ask.
Yeah, yeah, because he's on that group. Did anyone attend that besides me?
The last one?
The 2 hours of housing development?
When was
The
it?
one here, or?
Yeah, here.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was,
caught a couple, I don't know.
it was 2 months ago, maybe, September.
Oh,
Oh, Bob.
Bob,
Oh,
Pizza?
who's-
pizza?
Bob? Brownies.
Halloween candy.
Water. Oh gosh, that's fine.
That's so funny. Nothing but water on the same time. Ridiculous.
That was when
Discharge
the
nowhere,
webpage was supposed to be on.
ends nowhere. And it's not a law,
75. Let's see if they've been both.
because they removed page.
Didn't we finish, oh, that's right, we had the last 2 days at 75, okay.
The e-bikes, the people that are out there killing themselves. They can't do it.
So hard to try it now is that the neighborhoods have disappeared. When I grew up
No,
in
the
that
people
neighborhood
are.
where I lived,
They haven't ridden the bike. They don't
every
stop at
house
stop
was
signs.
occupied.
I almost hit
There's a lot
somebody,
of
and she
houses
just
there
comes down
to the
the
north,
river.
but those that were there were occupied and all had kids in them. So
I thought we were done with
kids
that.
had very felt and they were always playing, climbing trees and playing in the forest.
Kids are my day job.
Yeah, they're an endangered species.
Road
My
safe.
sister and her granddaughter came once to visit. And we're walking downtown Carmel.
It's good we have all those chairs set up.
I don't even. Is it? I
I'll
don't
give you
even know,
$1 for
but
every kid that you
Just in terms of keeping us on track for the afternoon, we have 2 more of the goals to look at that were part of the goals for the plan. And then we were going to talk a little bit about the beginning part of the document, sort of structure, format, content, et cetera. Just make sure that we collect everybody's feedback. I know we've had some of that all along, so we'll see how long we're here for that. We offered public comment just before the lunch break. We're going to re-offer it again. Was there any public comment before we get started? You're welcome. Please come forward.
Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair and Committee and Commission. I thought you might be interested to hear what Design Traditions is doing. We were appointed by the council to review the 2000 Design Traditions document that was put together by the public with a consultant. I sat on that committee. I sit on the current committee. And I just thought, because you are the forest people, that you would like to hear what Design Traditions has to say. The beginning of its document starts off with, we protect, we preserve, we restore, and enhance the forest in all improved projects, public, private, and otherwise. Subordinate every built structure to the character and continuity of the forest, natural environment, and to the natural features of its own site. And we fit every building structure within its neighborhood context, retain and build upon Carmel's architectural heritage, design every built structure with modesty, and detail every property authentically and consistently. And then it talks about, in detail, every project, examples, pictures, etc., of what's to happen in the forest. And I think this is really important for you to understand, basically so that you know that this group of citizens appointed by the council been open to the public for the 2.5 years that it's been functioning like yours, and that there's a great deal of public input into all of this. And there's a consensus has been derived from those meetings in concurrence with these comments. So I just thought it would be appropriate today to let everybody know what other people in the community are working on and what they're thinking. And I just wanted to also say that when we're talking about the forest, it seems like yesterday and today we've been focusing so much on the upper and lower canopy trees, but then there's all this space underneath them. And we have a whole list. Nikki gave you a list, I gave you a list, Victoria gave you a list. They're all very similar lists. They all have the same plants, etc. And I just cautioned you to think about the fact that we don't need any non-natives. We have so many incredible native plants that are in this forest now and in the greater Monterey forest around us. We don't have to go outside to bring in trees that are non-native, won't function well, and are not really appropriate to our forest. It's the first time I've ever heard, besides the one time when I brought it up at a meeting, toyans mentioned, manzanitas mentioned, coffee berries mentioned. But there are a whole slew of others that are really beautiful trees, but people around here aren't used to, dealing with them. They don't know them. And because they don't know them like they know everything that's planted in Los Angeles or San Francisco or Fresburg, they plant what they're familiar with. And whether that's appropriate here or not, is not understood until the plant dies. And I love the discussion that you had about biodiversity and not talking about non-native plants, talking about species diversity. And the climate plan really does concern me, because a lot of the information in it is based upon information that is not really applicable to our community. I mean, Nikki did a beautiful job of explaining, so I'm not going to go into great detail. I already did it at one of your meetings. But, this forest, the greater forest, has been here for millions of years. It's gone through climate change like we're going through now. And it has survived. It's still here. It's not in as lush a form, but a lot of the reason why it's not in such lush form is because humans have come in and mowed it down and brought in cattle and buildings and all kinds of things that have impacted it. But we're going to survive climate change if we do not really destroy this forest, because a canopy will protect us. The understory and the overall ecology and environment in this community will last if we do the right job in this plan. So it's a big responsibility that we have. And you're doing a great job, and thank you for all of the terrific discussion and the time that you're spending doing this and availing the property, the plan to those of us who know more about the forest and than the average person, but we don't care as much more. They just don't have either the time or the background to understand it all, but they do care, as you well know. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Do we have any other public comment before we start our discussion? Okay, so moving on to goal 11. Melanie, your comments were timely. I don't know if you're staying on track with our agenda or not, but goal 11 is having a forest that complements the unique character of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And the goal here has 5 sub-objectives, but the overarching goal is promoting biodiversity and contiguity with adjacent natural resources. So the very first objective here was strategically planting trees to mitigate the effects of climate change. So this is not addressing the climate action plan we talked about earlier, but mitigating the effects of climate change. And this was, again, we had multiple actions here. I think this is
75.
Page 75. This is another one that's easy, I think, at the first bullet to say adapt native species. It's another opportunity to incorporate native as a concept. Were there any other comments on this particular?
We could start testing trees, from local areas, Carmel Valley, which say like the Valley Oak doesn't grow very well near the coast, but if temperatures get warmer, they might be able to move a little closer to the ocean. I don't know, I would refer to Nikki on this, but even the blue oak and trees that you wouldn't find here don't do well now, but if climate does get warmer, they might be able to move in instead of bringing trees from south or.
So you're saying that's an interesting idea. You're saying exploring the feasibility of other local natives that are adjacent to this area.
Or have an area where you can.
From Carmel Valley, for
Exactly,
example.
where you can test them and see how they do.
That's interesting.
I might suggest that would be appropriate on the inland side of the community.
Yeah.
But the presence of things like valley oak and blue oak in particular, which is really a dry land, scrappy tree.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, MPC tried planting blue oaks and they just did terrible.
Yeah, I don't think that in the core of the city, that's a good idea, because you're still surrounded by so much Monterey pine forest habitat, to the south and to the north. And the inland side of the fringe of the Monterey pine forest is essentially outside the city limits. So you could try in a very controlled, small area, but I don't think it's a good idea to plan for that.
And Nikki, if I'm not mistaken, I think oaks tend to interbreed.
Only within subgenera, and blue oak would interbreed with valley oak, but not with coastline oak.
Okay.
I want to mention something, and perhaps I should have mentioned this with our last section, but just talking about climate change and fire and, and I'll look at my home. My home has little cutouts in my roof where the oak tree is lying and goes over the house. And I know we have other properties throughout the state that when insurance has asked us to take pictures and do certain things and show our fireplace, and that we have the, proper things that are guarding that, and pictures of how close that the trees are, and trees can't be too close. As this becomes more of an issue with our insurance agencies, I just want to put this out there. How are we going to address it with our private properties? Because I'm surprised.
Let's add that to our
Yeah, let's
discussion.
add it where
Okay.
it came to my mind with the climate change. That's something we may need to start to be mindful of. If people are losing their insurance over, what do we do,
Even if it's a city tree and it's the fire department doesn't like it.
Yeah, and again, it's not even fire anymore now. The insurance companies are so aggressive, they're canceling policies just for trees.
Yeah.
Because it could fall.
If they're too close to your home or too.
Yeah. And it kind of flies in the face of the alternative building designs that Carmel's been known for.
Okay, so
So that's for a future,
park
yeah,
that for the-
it
Sure,
is
that's
in the
good.
general area.
Okay. Any other comments on trees mitigating climate change? Again, I think focusing on native where possible would be the priority.
I'm just going to say that in New Zealand, they're actually planting Monterey pines. They plant them already, for timber as part of the
fence
wood
posts.
products industry. But they're planting them now to mitigate climate change because they suck up oxygen, or carbon dioxide so quickly because they grow so fast. So they're actually planting them as mitigation for climate change in New Zealand. Big program.
I have a question for Justin, but when those trees fall, all of that carbon goes in the air if they're not chipped right away.
I mean, it starts decaying, so there probably are trees that are standing that are actively off jetting carbon into the atmosphere as they decline. As trees grow, they grow at the sigmoid curve, and once it hits the inflection point, they're either growing or they're dying. And once they start dying more than they're growing, they're offsetting carbon into the atmosphere.
So that seems to be a reason to be planting others at their feet or around them to offset that.
That's what we've been
right.
talking about.
Right.
Okay, let's move on then to the second objective under this goal, which was also on page 75, providing for public access and passive enjoyment of city parks and open space. The actions here were maintaining trails, right? This is and there were specific places recommended here, Mission Trail Nature Preserve, Shoreline, and Forest Hill.
I don't believe there is a Forest Hill master plan as of yet, so that might need to be scratched until we have one.
You can just call it TBD.
And then there's Pescadero Canyon, which isn't mentioned in this at all, but it is an ESHA in Carmel, 2nd Avenue between us and Del Monte Forest in Pescadero Canyon. That is a city-owned property that probably needs to be managed because it's full of non-native invasives, but it's beautiful.
Should that be added?
This
It
is
should-
one of the open spaces. This here, I mean,
It says open.
But
It's open space.
But Justin,
these are the two parks.
in Jones and Stokes ESHA assessment of Carmel, Pescadero Canyon is one of the noted specific ESHAs, so I think it should be in here.
I mean, it's not like its own park. It's managed by the Del Monte Forest Conservancy, the majority of it.
No, it isn't. This part is on 2nd Avenue in Carmel.
I know, but I'm saying that the valley itself is
Right.
the Conservancy. We manage the right of way, the green belt along 2nd, and it's,
Oh, does Del Monte Forest Foundation, does it manage the Carmel side?
No, the majority
other-
of the canyon is
Right.
in that, though.
Yes,
We
I know
manage
that.
off the road a little bit.
Yeah, but the Carmel side,
Yeah, I mean, it's
open space.
it's open space, which we have a lot of open space. And it's picked up under the wildfire protection plan, because that's the majority of the management.
Okay.
I think it's in the third bullet here, protect, conserve, and enhance designated open space. The Monterey Pine Forest, beach and shoreline, the sensitive habitats, and the hillside areas. That's kind of describing Pescadero Canyon.
Linda, are you looking for a more specific plan for that?
Well, actually, Joy Stevens and I had put together a request for proposal, a plan we tried to get funding for, to create a Robinson Jeffers Memorial Park, actually, there, with some access to it. Obviously, not much access is available because it's steep, but there was at the time the water trestle that went over to Del Monte Forest that he had his epiphany upon, and so we had this idea. It was long ago, and it didn't gain traction, but we did do a proposal, and it was going to be the Robinson Jeffers Memorial Bridge Park or something like that, but so I mean there are opportunities for people to enjoy it perhaps in the future, and that's why I'm just suggesting maybe it should be mentioned.
Justin, would you call that out, or do you think we have lots of open spaces that sets up,
It's kind of, it's at the end, it says develop and implement specific plans, master plans, and other programs. So kind of in the future, it leaves it open for in the future that we can, identify areas of need for more intensive management.
Could you put that in like in the appendix, maybe recommendations or for that to happen, or?
I just don't know if that specific 2-block area is.
Oh, it's 2.
It's only, it's like between Second and Casanova and San.
It seems like we would need to look at all the open space places to put, not just pick one, but we would need to have some sort of.
I think the only reason I'm saying it is that it is a designated ESHA in Carmel, environmentally sensitive habitat.
Right.
I know what that means.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, it's just, I don't know if we need to call that out. There's a part in here about the parks, and it's listed on there. It says, develop more specific plans, and if we need to do that in the future and have a specific plan for that area, we can do that and have it be an amendment to this.
Revisit it.
Madam Chair, I would throw in the North Dunes.
Oh, yeah.
Habitat restoration site. And the Del Mar master plan, because that is an established master plan, and there's a game plan for the ongoing restoration of the North Dunes.
North Dunes Habitat, and what was the second one?
North Dunes Habitat Restoration Plan, which is part of the Del Mar master plan.
Yeah. Okay, how, does anybody object to removing if there is public demand, right? The first bullet says provide and maintain informal trails. This would be in our parks, and is it okay to remove if public demand? I think the community has a value on me.
Yeah,
Is that
remove
okay?
it, yeah.
Okay. All right, moving to the next sub-objective on this one, we had restore and maintain open space to its natural state. Perhaps this is more appropriate for the comment, Linda, you were just making about Pescadero and the North Dunes Habitat, which also, I know in the North Dunes Habitat, they have invasive vegetation removal plans. So these comments that we were just making probably fit more appropriately under this item on 11.3. Is there any additional discussion on this item? If we move Linda's comment on Pescadero and then Bob's comments on the North Dunes Habitat to here?
I think the North Dunes should be called out in these specific management plans in the last one, because it calls out the shoreline plan and the Mission Trail. And there is an actual plan for the North Dunes that should be under this one.
North Dune should go back to the other one?
Yes.
But this talks about invasive vegetation, right? That was the, I think
Well, this is
okay.
just calling out the
With all those
existing
plans
master
for
plans, and there is
Okay.
one for North Dunes.
Okay, okay. And then Pescadero will keep an 11 point.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it.
And in the future, we can work on creating something for Pescadero Canyon. I can work with Bill Vaughn of the
Okay.
Del Mar Forest Conservancy, or you can hire a consultant or something.
Okay.
have it up here because it's part of this Del Mar.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we need anything on this private lots of record, ESHA, this last sub-bullet on this one? Establish transfer development rights program using credits for, is that anything that, is that,
I mean, it was in the
Okay.
old plan, I think. Yeah.
okay? Just keep,
Unless anyone has any comments on that.
So which one are we on?
The restore and
we're on
object.
page 76, the last, the first objective there, restore and maintain open space to its natural state. And then there
Yes.
is a bullet that says for private lots of record within ESHA, establish a transfer of development rights program.
Well, boy, invasive non-natives sure need to be removed from Pescadero Canyon. That would be a perfect example of a place that it's really, they've really invaded.
Okay,
Just a question. Is there a transfer development credit program now, or?
I don't think there is. I'll check with planning when I meet with them tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't think there is.
Well,
You know, I
it
don't,
says to establish. right?
actually,
That's
there
the
has been a
question.
transfer of development in Pescadero Canyon. There were 5 lots of record, and they got development rights elsewhere in return for belonging to the city. So the city actually has, Pescadero Canyon is in our jurisdiction, but it didn't used to be. There were 5 lots of record that were going to be developed, and the property owners got compensation with transfer of development rights.
Do you know when that was?
Yes, it happened. It happened gradually over time. It was a very long process. It went all through the 90s, and it finally, I think the last development transfer happened somewhere in the early 2000s.
Okay, so I think we just keep that, just leave that, okay? And then 11.4 here was define suitable locations to plant native species in the urban environment. Partner with nurseries, focus on canopy connectivity to support local wildlife. Is there anything else that would, to be added here, or did anybody have any comments on this one?
I think something to add is not to necessarily focus on canopy connectivity, but to promote canopy connectivity.
Okay,
And not only within the city limits, but with those natural areas and urbanized areas beyond the city limits, like adjacent to Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and within county jurisdiction as well, surrounding the city. Because you don't want to consider Carmel, a donut hole of something that's completely different necessarily. It should integrate with the surrounding habitat where at all possible.
I guess my question on this was, it just seemed a little thin. It seemed like a sort of a meaty sub-bullet,
Yes.
but then,
Yes.
but then like the sub-bullets
Yeah.
just seem kind of
weak.
weak.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
So I felt like it needs to be built out more. Because I can imagine a variety of things going under the main sub-bullet, like defining suitable locations to plant native species in the urban environment. I mean, there could be a lot of things there. You could talk about the public right of way. You know, there's also like downtown, if you're truly talking about like the urban environment. I'm unclear what they're talking about, but like there's just a lot of tree wells that just don't have a tree. And there's also those sort of mini parks that Greg D'Ambrosio created that are kind of interesting. So
Yeah.
I'd love more specificity on what we're going for.
Can I have a comment on the tree or the canopy connectivity? While, and I apologize, I wasn't able to be here yesterday. So maybe this was covered, but the Community Wildfire Prevention Plan, which was recently, it was presented to the commission about a year ago, recently adopted by the city council. I believe there's specific places to intentionally have a canopy break to have to minimize the risk of wildfires. So I think that's a plan unto itself, but I think that needs to be, you know, we can't do this plan without regard of the other plan.
Well, actually, it's interesting, like, you know, to Tamara's point, at some point we have to actually try to harmonize those things, because the Community Wildfire Protection Plan actually says that the crowns of trees should not touch, period. And I remember reading that and being like, because the council adopted it, and I just sort of was like, there needs to be some discussion. There was a lot of things in there that had pretty, you know, important implications, you know, for the forest that we just didn't actually touch on.
That's right.
That's the state code 42, PUC 4291 is the defensible space guidelines, and those are set by the state.
So again, like,
But again, it's not feasible because you
Yeah.
can't really.
well, Kelly, I don't know if it's something that is like a topic that we touch on in this process, or if it's just something we need to take up as the Forest and Beach Commission at some
Yeah.
point, and it's a parking lot item, but I do think, to Tamara's point, it's important to basically review the Community Wildfire Protection Program in light of, you know, what we, with the forest.
Well, I think it was presented to us, but when it went to city council and it was being presented, it would have significant implications for reducing.
There's like ladder fuel
Yeah.
reduction,
Yeah.
you know, the thing that
Yeah,
Nancy
for
Toomey was
reducing
talking
our
about,
private-
not
yeah.
having combustibles. It
Right.
says you shouldn't have any
Right.
combustibles, including a tree within 5 feet of your house. And there's just a
Right.
lot in there.
Right.
And they're totally not harmonized. We talk
Right.
about, what was your term again? Consistency?
Consistency analysis.
Okay, well,
Right.
there is a
Right.
consistency analysis within there.
Right, right.
And those laws change a lot faster than ours do. Is the problem, is this is gonna be, we're probably still gonna be working on this the next time the fire code changes. Because it was amended in 2019, 2021, and now 2024. Because of all these, how fast the devastating wildfires are happening. And that's, you know, they're all meant to be living documents, and that's why we're just trying to, we can do what we can with what we have, but by the time this goes to council, the fire code will probably already be different.
So when the
let's
fire
put-
code
let's
does
parking lot
change.
let's
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, let's parking lot the wild, for the fire is one of our topics that we come back to, but for the,
Okay.
Hans, I did pick up here, I agree, it seems like we could do more, so I added like having a plan to look, you know, proactively explore places for these plantings. I think you were saying there's not, we didn't have a,
Well, I guess it may be a question for Justin. you know,
looking for
Yeah, and
areas.
When you were putting this together, like what were you thinking about with this one?
I mean, Davey put this together.
Yeah.
Okay,
But-
what were they thinking about?
In terms of canopy connection, this is canopy with an uppercase C. Like if you have your large upper story pines, they can touch, because if the fire's in that canopy, then we don't have a city anymore. But the canopies touching in terms of the lower trees in the fire zones, that's more of a smaller scale. And even in terms of the management plan, I don't remember if you heard, was it JP, JT?
JC?
No, the firefighter.
Oh, mhm.
But he mentioned JP, yeah. He mentions what's a term called the shaded fuel break. So you have your upper story trees touching, but you thin out the lower parts because the point is you want the fire to go low and move through the lower areas really fast and not hit the ladder fuels to get into the upper canopy. So that's the hard part. Is this canopy cover is really on a higher scale, uppercase C, high level idea.
And it doesn't even seem like, in terms of this bullet point or this objective, it doesn't seem like canopy has any relation to wildfire here.
No.
But
No.
my question's more about what do we mean by this?
Jives with fire.
No, I think
Okay.
we're parking lotting the
Yeah,
wildfire
okay.
piece for a second, but just for the bullet where it says define suitable locations to plant native species in the urban environment. I mean, is it just like everywhere? Are we talking about
Yeah.
the public right of
Is
way?
this just is this
It's
just
just this. I
city?
mean, it is everywhere because it's the city. It's the right of way, but it's also where someone's house could fit into that. And Nikki described it really well yesterday. Is maybe you don't have 100% of the city covered in upper Surrey Monterey pines, but where you have these islands and these pods of really healthy, kind of heritage landmark trees, you extend that range by feathering them in at the edges to try to create more pine habitat on the edge where there might not be some already.
Yeah,
But this is a good, I think this is a good example. We had, there was a project completed here that I think would fit this, which is all the Ocean Avenue medians that we had,
Pollinator.
pardon me?
Where
The pollinator, right, where they were connected, there was supposed to be the pollinator pathway, right? And it started down at the
from
dunes.
the
and
forest
it would-
theater? Yeah. or
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
I'm forgetting the name of the landscaper who's so good.
Alan Wheat.
Alan Wheat, who did that, right? So there's a project, that's a really good example, I think, of a project that's been completed against this specific objective. I think what Hans was adding was that maybe we should be proactive about identifying where other locations
Yeah.
in
like what,
in city property might be to do that.
what is is that answer, Hans, or what else exactly you're?
But there were no
No, I'm saying
trees.
like being doing a survey of our city and like, for example, Linda's talking about,
Right.
you've
Yeah,
taken,
I have an island.
you have an area
right,
where you've
right.
done some work,
right,
right? We have
right.
Carmel Cares has taken on
Right.
places like that.
But there are no trees planted on Ocean Avenue either. I mean, those are all shrubs.
But they're all native.
They're all
restored
native.
species,
No, they're
right?
great, but there are no pines or oaks that have been part of that landscape.
Right.
Is it the term urban you're confused about?
No, I'm not, I'm not.
No, I'm talking to Hans, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think that I read the sentence and I sort of, if I'm reading the rest of the document, when I read a sub-bullet, when I read the rest of the sub-bullets, they illuminate the sort of macro sub-bullet.
And that one's a little more.
And this one, it just doesn't really I want to know more about when it says suitable locations, like, it says define them, so maybe it just says, hey, that's a goal in the long term, but it seems like if we're all sitting here and we have everybody assembled,
Define them.
maybe we should define them.
That makes sense.
Like all of the medians that don't have anything, which I know we've been beginning to discuss those, and some work has been done on those.
I
I'm
think-
assuming this doesn't mean the other areas that are the more like the North Dunes and Mission Trails, not that. We're talking more about the
I-
urban in the city.
Yeah, I think this is in
Or
the
is it-
city right away. This is like, look for locations where
Yes.
we could put more native plants in our
We have a
environment.
lot of medians.
Yeah,
and,
like-
you know,
Right, and so
yeah.
in the city right of way, so this is where I think,
Medians, yeah.
this is where I think, Justin, the city could look and do an assessment of priority places. I think as it's happened in the past, I think right now Carmel Cares comes to you and says, oh, we're gonna take this corner or these median, right? Like, I think.
Like, I just think that
Okay,
there's, I
okay.
think there's a lot of
Okay.
potential
Okay.
meat here where, so we have all these tree wells, for example, that are empty, and I've heard discussion about like, well, what kind of tree should we put there? Because, it causes issues with utilities, or it causes issues with the sidewalk, or, I've heard that there are different ways that you can structure the tree well and the street and the sidewalk that are more accommodating to the tree. And it seems like those are kinds of things that we could talk about as sub-bullets here that would be.
We just did that right before lunch. You might have missed
I
it.
think-
We had a we had one that covers that.
I think that you're kind of, what you're
Yep.
not getting, what what you want is, you're not getting here is more of this, we should maybe, I feel like that should be part of the priority planting plan. So we need to go through, find what's available, and then tailor right tree, right place with the right, native tree when it's totally possible. So I understand what you mean, like, there's not.
I think what I'm
saying
looking
what
for,
you
I feel
want.
like this document is sort of supposed to provide like high level guidance in a way. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes it does get granular, but like, what is our vision for what should be happening in the downtown area, for example, with trees? Like, that could be a discussion that we could have, and I don't know. I'm just. Does that make sense?
No, it totally makes sense, and I don't know, I don't remember if that touches on it directly in here, but I guess that is more of a discussion and more of a, again, like a very high level, not only planting, but also, do we want to keep the mature pines that are dying and causing sidewalk damage, or all the liquid ambers? But then again, if we started all over, like if we went out and removed every liquid amber there, we'd probably have 25 vacant spots, and there would be a loss of canopy that is existing now, so.
Well, is that discussion worth having? Just sort of what the vision is for.
Let's
the trees
put
in
that,
the
yeah,
downtown.
let's take that up when we come to the end about some of the big themes.
Nikki?
Does that sound okay?
I guess,
Yeah,
I'm just saying that it's the issue in this bullet point, so if we're dealing with the bullet point, we could.
You think here? I'm sorry, okay, if you think it fits here, then.
It specifically talks about native species too, so again, I don't, I feel like if we just sort of left this bullet point right now, I'd feel like we're sort of just moving on for the point of moving on, and if there's a reason that we have this bullet point, I'd love to talk about it. Because I don't really have any.
Do we want to select, so are you interpreting this as we should define now the locations to plant the native species in our public rights of way, or? I
The
looked at the
general
whole-
guidance, like the general
Okay.
sort of vision of what we're trying to go for there.
Well, we did just define the public park spaces and named them. So maybe we should name these two. Maybe is that what, that makes sense?
Yeah, that would work.
So
Let's start
Kelly,
to
I
name
have
like San
just
Carlos medians or what have you.
a semantical suggestion,
Yep.
and rather than say define suitable locations, what about just identify suitable locations? And rather than say, in the urban environment, maybe within the city limits? And then you can have a very short list of, i.e., tree wells, medians,
Yep,
rights of ways, stuff like that, and just leave it at that.
Without getting down to streets and what have
Yes.
you, just give.
Without getting ultra-specific.
I think the work to identify the suitable locations is ahead of us in the, like, I don't
I
think we've done
agree.
that work. So to me, it's the first step is that there needs to be some survey to define, or perhaps identify is a better word.
Yeah.
Identify the places where there are opportunities that are both the space is available, meaning we're not removing parking places.
Right.
Or we have, there are plenty of public right-of-way corners in this town where there's a lot of public right-of-way space that we maybe could be doing
Well,
more.
And then define and identify might be two things. Define being the broader, what sorts of things, like
Yep.
the medians and, and then we can identify which medians at a later time, but maybe we can give the broad.
Yeah, and the word define,
It's just talking about what sorts of areas are we talking about?
It works in concert with the ideas you guys have for what a suitable tree list is, that, that a pine site will need to have a minimum of 6 feet bare ground, a maximum, or it will need to grow at least a maximum of 60 to 70 feet tall. So we could define that by this site has no utilities conflicting.
Overhead.
It has
Right.
4 to 8 or greater than 8 feet growing space. And it has, those could be definable.
That is defining it, and then we
Yeah.
can identify what areas meet that
Yeah.
criteria.
Yeah, some of those could be
I think we
defined
were
as,
talking a little bit about that right before the lunch break when we were talking about the under 10.3, when we were talking about, it was preserve and protect space for public trees specifically. Remember, we had the conversation about what happens under a utility pole? And we talked about rather than, I think it had said there just small trees, right? And I think we came back and said, if this is to your priority, if you can't take the tree, right, then use natives, such as like coffee berry toyon,
yeah,
right? to
native
avoid-
shrubs, yeah,
Shrubs,
define them,
native shrubs.
whether this spot is good for a tree, or maybe it's a shrubs, or even just maybe ground cover.
Right.
Yeah, like 7th and San Carlos, they were gonna plant a tree, but the city had already tried to plant a tree there, and after the 811 underground service alert, there was just a whole bunch of utility and gas and everything lines, so we abandoned the planting there, but it just left dormant, so the Friends came in and planted manzanita and some ground cover in there, so it's at least it was revegetated, even though you couldn't dig deep enough to put a proper tree there.
Is this, do we have right now, have we surveyed our city medians and right-of-ways and our city, so you would know now like where your priority planting areas were, one from another?
We know where,
Like if we
we know
were
where
trying-
the planting spaces are. We haven't sifted through the data to find what the priority plantings are. And we gave the Friends of the Forest a list of over 300 spots so they could go out and start looking to where to plant their trees.
Question for you. So, Justin, when you got a random tree well or one of those little bump outs that can accommodate more, how do you determine sort of what's guiding you in determining what gets planted there? Obviously, like just there are some constraints in terms of the physical space.
Yeah.
Right. But given those constraints, there's still different options. And I guess my question is, within those constraints, what guides you among those options?
First of all, how big the square is or the planting area. And then when we do the USA, is there a depth restriction? We actually had one where we kept trying to plant a big tree there, and the stump underneath the soil wasn't ground out enough. So we kept trying, I kept bugging the contractor, it'll get ground, and we kept digging and kept hitting the same stump, so, that's the depth issue, and the width of the planting space, and then you go out, look up, are there lines? Is it a narrow sidewalk? Do we need to plant something really up and down right here? Can it branch for a little bit without having to get cut back? It's kind of the general growth pattern for the next 5 years at least to see what this tree's gonna look like. Does it have invasive roots? And most of the time it leads to either pines or oaks, or we have a couple other small native trees that we have now that we've, but for the most part, it's power lines, number one, and then if there's enough physical space in the planter space. And that's another big problem is some of these trees predate the power lines, I want to say, or something, because they were natural seedlings, because they grow up and out,
Yeah.
and then when they fall over, we can't necessarily put another one where it fell. That's the problem.
Yep.
Okay.
I think we're, we have a, Hans, when we were talking about the tree species list, there was a discussion about making that native and having preferential, like tree, an order of priority of trees to be planted. Does that make sense? And that would be not only for residents, but presumably for the city too.
Apply there too.
That we would put for the city also, right? Do you have a checklist for that? Okay, is it, are people comfortable with having a, like a, Nikki, I took your comments about identifying, is it, and adding the tree wells and medians right of ways. Are people comfortable having in here like a survey to identify suitable locations? Like, I don't think that's, figure out where.
I like
Okay.
identifying.
That's good.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think it's a two-part.
That'll be
We've said
part of the
what,
planting plan is
where
what
they
we'll,
need to.
we can have like the
Identify.
tiers of where the priority planting should be.
Right.
Because there is a page in the main body of the, where it's priority planning plan, it gives you that, but I don't think it's very good, because it just maps out every bare space in the city.
Exactly, that we talked about that, and a lot of those are like parking spots.
Yeah, people's
Yeah,
walkways.
those are, that, I don't
Right.
think that was appropriate, right?
No.
Davey just said everything, but that, I think you have to be strategic
Yeah.
about where you pick
Yeah.
those places, right?
Especially, we have 1 square mile that we're dealing with, so everything has its place in this town. You know, we need to have space for all the different things. So I
And-
think we do want to be really mindful about where we're deciding.
And then there's the personal and the human element, because people have claimed that public space is their own, and you have to
Whether it
deal
is or
with
isn't.
them. Right.
We have a lady on our street that has the whole planter, it's about the size of this table, that she has her own plants in. And one time we tried to water it and she wasn't happy. So, yeah.
I've seen the city take things out, though, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Many times where if somebody even just puts in some pavers and starts to
Yeah,
try to finish
that's
an area
right.
off, and the cities
The city will.
will take it out, so.
No,
if
they
it-
haven't done that to my neighbor, and she's so sweet, I can't say anything to her, you know?
Yeah.
So I guess I'll call the code enforcement guy and have him come and do the dirty
All right,
work.
let's, okay.
So sad.
So 11.5, this was maximizing and augment retention of surface water on each site through site design and use of trees. This is revised from the 2000 plan. So I think this is, Justin, I don't know if you want to comment here, but this is where you talked about earlier about use of bioswales.
Yeah, and just kind of in the landscape design to try to, promote and try to emphasize recapturing the water from the site, so we're not having water go off-site into the streets and the storm drains when, if it rains, we can just keep it watering the trees that are there.
I would suggest that there's something in there about, to reflect the fact that the stormwater quality regulations of the state are constantly evolving and becoming more and more strict about not just for water off-site, but, filtration of the water, testing of the water. There's a lot of regulations that we have today, and it's gonna get more extreme as time goes on. It's not going in the other direction. Now, I'm not saying that we make this into a stormwater quality workshop, because we'll be here another couple of days. But the point being is that this plan should reflect the state's stormwater quality regulations and adapt to the latest requirements, or as adopted by the city, or something along those lines. We can't ignore it. And if we say we want bioswales or whatever, which is, I think, is a wonderful idea today, in 3 years from now, that might be outlawed. Who knows? Things are changing in the stormwater requirements that we don't want to have to change the plan every couple of years. So we just want to reflect the fact that it's a moving target going forward.
I have a question. On the one that says require approval of landscape plans, approval from whom?
Me?
Okay, and then speaking of the stormwater, we have to acknowledge the state's acknowledge the state's plan and be in accordance with what the state's latest what ordinance or whatever they call it is. Acknowledge that there is a state plan and we have to work within that plan.
And our general plan already encourages more, smaller footprint and more natural soil, more natural substrate to absorb water. I mean, we already have that, we just don't enforce it. So maybe we need to push to do that, to make sure.
I would say it's highly enforced.
Would you say that?
I would say it's very much enforced.
The site coverage, because that's where it gets
For
down to.
any new development at this point is very much enforced.
Really, to actually
So-
constrict the
Well,
footprint?
each site is a little bit different.
Yes.
Whatever the allowable is, but the site
Right.
coverage is,
Right,
only bare dirt or wood chips, even gravel,
Right.
even though it may be permeable, it counts towards site
Right.
coverage.
I'm just thinking about my neighborhood and what's happened in it, and it doesn't seem like that's the case, but maybe it is. ADUs going up sort of take up.
That's a whole nother.
Right.
That's a whole
Well,
other thing.
again, each site is different.
Yeah,
Each site from years ago and going forward
Right.
has to demonstrate the ability to meet all the state
Right.
requirements. And should it not, it needs to have, waivers and exemptions. And they just can't,
maybe you should funnel all the water into my property, which is all dirt.
So this is one not for revision, but I thought this was interesting. This was one of the very few places where it actually said encourage property owners to do something, and we've talked about that being, like we don't say, there aren't other bullets that say encourage property owners to plant native trees. There aren't, right? Like we're missing that whole property owners being stewards of the forest that we hope to preserve. So I don't know how it landed just in this one, but that was we had talked, we put it to the parking lot to talk about whether we weave that through every single objective or whether we make it its own
Yeah, could there
point.
be a section just on recommendations for property owners?
Right, and we'll come back to that
Yeah.
after we
Right.
complete.
But it does say, encourage property owners to absorb surface water through the planting of trees. So
Yes, but this
that's
is one of
right
the few
within our.
places where it
Yeah.
actually
Right,
had,
which
was
actually says
directing the
that, so
property owner to do
that's very
something.
good, yeah.
Okay,
Star.
okay,
Can I answer Donna's question?
Yep.
It mentions there, and I don't know how much that we've done this. We have done it a couple of times on the Forest and Beach Commission, but it says require approval of landscape plans for drought tolerance and trees by the Forest and Beach Division on new construction at final design review or before issuing a building permit. That was according to the last plan. We do occasionally do that. I don't think we do it each time by any stretch of the imagination, but
The division. the
You.
staff. Yeah, not the
that's
Forest
what,
and Beach
well,
Commission.
sometimes things have come to us. So
If you can't do it.
that's the former name
Yeah.
of this, so that's this.
Well, the division.
That's
is
you,
the Division
essentially.
of Forest Parks and Beach under Public Works, and you're the Forest
Exactly.
and
Then-
you're the Forest and Beach Commission.
Right.
So, yeah.
The name has changed. We have occasionally looked at things, but I know it's you because I know we only a couple of times, like anything, when something is escalated past
It's
what
more,
you
yeah, when
think.
it's more controversial.
More controversial, yeah.
any other comments on this one? Okay, let's move to goal 12, which is, this was the last one of the group, and it was, the overall goal was recognizing trees as essential infrastructure to the city, and there were two sub-objectives underneath this. I guess it depends on how you do goals and objectives and strategy. To me, this felt like it probably should have been first, not 12th, but that, beside how we organize the overarching theme for how we proceed. But I would say on the very first one, aligning our existing city plans, guiding and documents with the Carmel Forest Master Plan. So here are the actions.
Can I just say something? I think it should be the other way around, that our suggestions should be additions, amendments to the general plan, which is the law of our land, so to speak, that we should come into alignment with them and offer amendments to the general plan, rather than bringing them into alignment with this plan. It just seems backwards to me.
Maybe I wasn't clear. I was confusing. For the 12 goals that are in the plan we've been reviewing the past 2 days, yesterday and today.
Right.
This is the last one that was on the list from that Davey presented us.
Right.
To me, this
It
seems
should have
like
come
the one
first.
that should be first on the
Yes.
list, right? Right? Are you?
Yeah, no, she's saying that
I'm
we shouldn't be.
I'm just saying, I guess I'm saying that the general plan, this plan needs to be in alignment with the general plan. And if we have amendments, then they have to be amendments to the
Correct.
general plan, rather than the
Correct.
other. This sounds like bringing the general plan into alignment with this, whereas we may not get by the general plan.
Maybe I could comment on Mrs. Smith's comments there. Once this plan is ready to be adopted, and we have the CEQA determination, and then the council, after the commission's done, the council adopts it, the next part is to amend the local coastal program through the coastal commission, and amend the general plan to include this new plan. I think it's in its entirety. I'm not an expert on this, but that's where it becomes part of the general plan.
Yeah.
But
Right.
not until this plan is ready to go, the CEQA's done, and the LCP amendment is also ready to go. So it's
Right.
a
But in
ways
the
out there. But yes, but then it
right,
becomes
right.
part of the general plan.
Right, and I was just saying, in this process, maybe we need to keep in mind what's in the general plan and maybe not reinvent the wheel if we don't have to, because maybe some of these policies and goals are already in the general plan, and I have a feeling that they are, having read it. But anyhow, yeah, that's just basic sort of trajectory that I was thinking of, yeah.
You're saying take what we want here and update
Yes,
our current plan
yes, exactly,
where necessary.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think those are things that are being talked about,
right.
how,
Right.
which way that we
It would be
approach
less
it.
complicated, I think, in the end, if we did it that way, because
But
there'd
we
be
have no
less
choice.
there'd be
We
less
have no
conflict.
choice But to give our plan to the city council, and then they have to change the general plan. So we have no
Yeah.
choice but to make this as good as we can and then submit it. Then it goes through all the other processes. And if there's parts of what we're doing that conflicts with the general plan, they'll change the general plan, or they'll throw out our plan.
That's right.
We just have to move forward and get it ready and done.
Yeah,
And because we're not the final word on it.
right.
We're the first word. So just keep moving along. And optimistically, we're giving them the best we can at this
Right,
time.
and try to be try to be as far as we possibly can be coordinated with the general plan, with our.
But
our
that's
land
not
use plan.
that's not our task. Our task is to come up with what's good for us now, and then it's up to them to incorporate what part of our plan they think is best to update it.
I would agree that there's several other steps forthcoming.
Yeah.
Another thing that we haven't mentioned, or maybe you did, is the tree and shrub ordinances.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the law. That's where these policies or specific requirements become law. So that's another future adjunct
It's
phase of
another
this
layer.
plan. Another
There's
layer.
many layers to what
Many
we've
layers,
done, so we just have to
Right.
give them our layer and then give it to them to process
Right.
the rest of the layers.
But the genesis of all these other layers is this plan.
Right,
So
right.
Focus on the plan. Let's get the plan in
So we're
tip-top
not worried
shape.
about the general plan because
Right.
that's not in our layer.
And the general plan itself has a number of elements that
Pick up.
they're going to do that, housing, I can't remember. There's several different elements of the general plan that continues to change.
Right.
So there's some state mandates that they have to update elements, and there's some that's been 10 years or 20 years. So the planning department's going to continue to update elements of the general plan forever. It doesn't end.
Yeah.
I don't think it ends.
Can I ask a question about who would actually do the consistency analysis to see how the revised forest management plan dovetails with existing plans?
Is that part of the CEQA process?
I
might be.
would think so. So probably a consultant would do
We
that.
shortlisted consultants.
Yeah.
To do the CEQA determination. That would be part of their task.
Yeah, okay.
Certainly not me.
No.
But yes, we're going to have the experts that.
Yeah,
Good,
good
okay.
job.
Will we know who you're going to contract with?
We have 3 firms that we shortlisted. I will not mention the firms because they have not yet been notified.
Right, okay.
That's for the CEQA
Yeah.
analysis, once we have the plan updated. Okay,
That's correct. But the
Okay.
CEQA analysis,
It's a
the
process.
documentation,
Okay.
that's a process unto itself.
okay. So we had 4 parking lot topics that I had noted across yesterday and today to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I jump over that? Our last one, sorry. Align our existing policy with the municipal code. I think that's what we've talked about that, right?
With the CFMP.
Right.
So basically, changing the municipal
The
code,
terminology, the
to
upper,
modernizing it, and
That would be an outcome after this is approved. This would,
Yeah.
that would be after this is presented and approved by council and provided it met with CEQA compliant, right? And after all of
Yeah.
that, then the codes would be
Updated.
updated, yeah.
Yeah, that would be that's at the
Very,
very end of the process and after
To be
that.
honest,
But-
there was a recent
whatever
discussion
your-
with the Forest and
your
Beach
municipal
Commission
codes
about
have to be updated.
assessing penalties,
Yes.
which kind of prompted the thought about proceeding with the ordinance updates. The intent was, let's finish this master plan and then do the ordinances once. Because of that issue, there's discussion, maybe it's even premature to bring it up to your commission, but it's back on the table. Hey, should we update it to make it better than it is today? Because it's very outdated. And then someday,
So
again, update it yet
to
again.
me, that seems appropriate for our next Forest and Beach Commission meeting.
Revisit it.
It's that on the, you're talking about the punitive fines.
Yes, I don't want
Right.
to use that word anymore.
Well, okay, but fine, okay, just updating the fee schedule or fine schedule.
Updating the authority's ability
Right.
to assess,
Right.
to make assessments on
Right,
Violations,
Right,
people
on
that
I
don't
think-
follow the rules.
right.
violations.
I think we should,
He doesn't want to use that word either.
We talked about that a lot.
we touched
yeah,
on it.
yeah, we
Okay,
touched
good,
it,
good,
okay.
good, good.
Okay, so we
So-
had, there were, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
go
no,
ahead,
so
Tom.
go.
I just said, we had, what I wanted to just check in on time. We have 4 parking lot topics to get input, feedback from the committee on. We also have to talk about the background sections or the document structure and format, and then how we're going to approach the revisions to this plan.
Do we want to finish the last objective that we have?
I'm sorry, we were just talking about that, and I thought we just went right over that, but we can stop. We can
The
go ahead.
upper, lower canopy? Or is that the one that we're on?
No, we're on align existing policy with the with this.
about that, did we do that? Did we talk about the upper and lower canopy?
I don't think we got past
Define
the
terms.
incorporate goals.
That was, I
Define
think
terms.
that was making sure that the documents were consistent.
But yeah, the
I think we talked about that
sub-bullet-
yesterday as large, medium, and
We-
small trees.
We did, but we didn't talk about what defines a large, medium, and small tree.
Oh, I thought we
just-
had. I thought there was a recommendation
think that-
yesterday.
I heard something about 40 feet, and is that what I just wanted to say this, I had noticed in our current plan, which was very useful too, it actually talks about for our trees, how big that the trees get to be, like, for example, the Monterey pine is 70 to 100 feet, the cypress is 40 feet and more, the coast live oak is 35 to, 30 to 60 feet, so not that different than the Monterey cypress. The Bishop pine is 40 to 50 feet. The Torrey pine is 30 to 50. I don't know if we did identify what we were going to consider of a large or a medium or a smaller, if we should even do that now, we're all here. I mean, if we,
The notes we had from yesterday was that we'd do large, medium, and small.
we did. Mhm.
And that
I didn't recall if we
there
did
was
decide
the
this.
oak, the recommendation by the tree people was that the oak be in the medium category.
Mhm.
And I think there was some, I personally, I think an oak should be in the large category, but I was, there was debate about where an oak should be placed.
But maybe instead of calling out the tree type, we just use its height, because here we have a variety of trees and it says what their mature height is.
Right.
And instead of us going back and forth on oak or a cypress, or we just call the height, and then if the Monterey cypress, which is 40 feet and higher, the coast live oak, which is 30 to 60 feet, if we're calling it a certain height, we don't have to debate if it's an oak or this or that. If the height of the oak is in that height level, then it is a large tree.
It's height driven.
It's height
true,
driven.
it's true, but in
Most
this
oaks don't grow
location,
that
those trees don't always
No.
get that
No,
big. And
they don't.
really, as we brought up yesterday, the reality is that the oaks in a Monterey pine forest are the lower canopy to the Monterey pine.
Exactly.
And all
Then we
that
need to
can
not
be,
have it be, excuse me,
go ahead.
to recommend, well, I hope we're changing the three in one, 3 upper canopy and 1 lower, then that doesn't work.
Well,
So
that'll be with the ordinance updates, because that is in the tree code.
And that's also dealt with in your living
needs to change.
document called the recommended tree list. You have the spreadsheet that has
Yeah.
small, medium, large, or you could do it on height also. 20 to 40 feet, 35 to 55. So
Yeah, I think that if we just took the idea of high, tall, small, medium, large, we can identify that down the road. That seems like it's
Yeah.
its own discussion.
easier.
I think the issue, the only point of debate that there was not clear consensus across the entire committee was oaks being put into the medium category and not being considered large trees. And I think the reason that becomes relevant is one of our parking lot items, actually topics, was point of view on number of trees required on a 4,000 square foot lot, what the consensus of the steering committee was related to this. And I think it seems that it's unlikely to be practical to require a large tree. Or you may not have compliance with a large tree if oaks are not included in that category, is I think the issue, right? And so it would be unfortunate if we end up advocating for something that doesn't allow our residents to give them a good shot at being compliant. Because there's plenty of lots where a pine or a cypress or a redwood may not work on the property.
I think that
Some of these trees, like these pine trees out here, they have huge trunks, but the canopy is, 50, 60 feet in the air, whereas an oak is going to really impact the property because it's going to be 30, 40 feet wide. Some people would rather have just a telephone pole, Monterey pine, than a huge oak invading the roof and all.
And also,
Pine could also be
So
pruned
maybe
to
we should
maybe
just
be
do
shorter.
by what
Small,
tree is
medium,
going to
and
fit a
large.
certain spot and not worry about how it's labeled.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've seen
I think though
Keep
that,
sorry, go ahead.
too, that even though the oaks can be qualified as big trees, it takes a while for them to get there, and your pines are gonna grow much faster and establish, and it's gonna be a bigger tree in a shorter time. So I think
That's
that
going to die in a shorter time, too. so-
that may well be, I'm just talking about, I do fear that if we let everybody cut down the pines and replace them with the oaks, there'll be no more pines.
No, I don't think that's right.
You mean cut them down as they?
If they die, as they
they're
die,
dying?
you know.
Yeah.
And then that goes back to what we were talking about, is then do the pines shift totally to the public space? And then, but
It's a
you
tough
really
one.
need, yeah.
It's
So
personal.
this is a beautiful
private property,
segue
you
into
know,
one of
it's
our
hard to-
parking, this was a parking lot topic that's worth spending some time on, which is, Davies' point of view about a forest and the 10, 20, 30 rule, and that's different than what we have in Carmel presently. It seems like the consensus of this group is to lead from the previous plan in terms of the background and honoring the integrity of Carmel's, the profile of the trees that we have now, we would like to maintain, accepting that is, we aren't going to choose, we're going to make a deliberate choice not to follow the 10, 20, 30 rule, for example, in our city. And then and just making sure that everybody is aligned with that, because that will impact like the revisions on the sort of background and setup and how we think about the revisions to every single goal that we've just reviewed in the last 2 days. So I think that's one component to hear. It would be nice to hear from everybody, like, do we have consensus there? My sense was that over the discussion we do. The other important second part to that is, how do we develop a strategy then to actually maintain that? I think it is worthwhile to consider the city's responsibility becomes really important here in terms of the trees that we plant, for example, because it's likely, as a practical matter, that as some of the pines come off of the private property, the residential areas, that they won't be replaced by a pine. They're going to be replaced by something else. And so I think that we need to think about that practically.
That's already happened.
It's already
happened.
It's already happening. So I think if we want to really go after maintaining that character, it puts a burden of responsibility for all of our public. Whenever we do something in the public, to me, it seems like it should be 100% native, and it should be one of our priority trees if possible. And if we can't get a priority tree there, then, and we're just looking at understory or shrubs, that they all need to be native, and that we should not be, as a city, planting maples. I don't mean to come, but we shouldn't be going.
Big leaf maple is native.
Big leaf, that's lovely.
But only in
sorry,
damp
then-
places.
Yeah, on a damp place, right. on a
I don't
damp
know,
place.
maybe I'll sympathize with some of the public on the olive trees.
There's a
but
real
I'm
nice
not
one
sure.
right out here, you know?
Wait, okay.
Yeah.
Where we plant public trees, we do need to think about the view, the general view, not each individual house view, but the
Yeah.
beautiful views. We do need to not pretend that isn't part of Carmel. That wasn't from the beginning, the view.
I just wanted to say the other piece of this, which is that, Carmel, before the word environmental ever came into use, Carmel was a conscious environmental city. That's how we began. Our founders were people who were beauty seekers and beauty lovers, and they were attracted to this place because of the forest. And we have the Carmel pine cone and the pine inn, and pines are sort of embedded in our DNA, and it's because we live in the middle of a native Monterey pine forest, and we are within its natural historic boundaries. We actually will be, if we're not here, we'll be a Monterey pine forest ultimately again. I really think that's true. So, I worry about the greater forest, which is this incredible resource for the world. And that's one thing that is missing in our city documents, is that cohesion, that connection to this incredible world famous resource, and very rare and endangered, considered rare and endangered, by all the entities that gauge those sorts of things. And I think it'd be really important for us to acknowledge that, and to also take responsibility for it, because sort of be a leader on the peninsula in terms of protection, in terms of advocating for, and, for instance, genetic integrity, and making sure that we don't plant stock, or that we don't plant trees that will invade the native forest or bring in stock that could introduce non-native insects or diseases that could invade the forest. I just think that would be in the Carmel tradition, and that might go into that introductory section. Just, we would be the logical place to do that, you know?
What is the
I
percent?
would
I have a
I'd
question.
really
I
like
have
to
a-
comment on that, though.
Okay, and then I'll ask a question, Nikki.
Because I don't think we were formed as a big forest. Trees were here, trees were used by Devendorf to make it look settled, but the early houses that were built had no trees in front of them, that if you look at some of those early pictures, down towards the beach.
Right, down
And
towards the beach.
a part of us is the beach and the
Well, that's
wonderful
true,
coast.
that's true too.
And the more upper canopy trees we have, and I don't mean we should have less, but we need to leave openings, like down Ocean Avenue, and not putting trees, as the
Right.
Friends of the Forest did, between the sidewalk and the street south of, or west of Monteverde. I think we really do, the city needs to think about views as well as trees. They are both a part of Carmel.
Right.
People, those of us who live here, I think really enjoy seeing the ocean, seeing the trees too, but
Yeah.
the trees are just, by some
Right.
people.
Yeah, well, I'm,
Too
right.
long, yes, Linda.
Yeah.
There needs to be a balance, I think.
Well, of course, maybe there are zones in the city where trees are not planted as much, you know, maybe that's
Well,
appropriate.
there's
I'd like
one
to ask
area
a-
that needs to be, and we even need that to put somewhere where we're
Right,
saying
right.
the whole
I think
city.
what I'm saying is that Carmel should establish and be an advocate for the larger Monterey pine forest, of which we are a part. I mean, all that habitat that was associated, that was chaparral that you're speaking of, was adjacent to and part of the pine forest in its own personality. And I'm just saying, let's put on record that we live in the middle of an incredible forest, and
Next to an
let's celebrate
incredible
that and treat it, you know, treat our portion of it with respect and properly,
Right.
genetically.
Let's make sure, I'd like to make sure we get to hear from everybody that's
Yeah.
on the steering committee on this particular
have a
topic, but I would
question.
also, I would also like to, Nikki, just ask you, if you think about the Monterey Pine Forest as it exists on the Monterey, let me say broader Monterey Peninsula, I'd just like to think of our geography, what percent of that forest geography is Carmel-by-the-Sea?
Very small, because Pacific.
But, yeah,
Oh,
I
Pebble
understand, but
Beach
I'm
is-
just curious.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't know you were
Yeah,
asking.
I want to ask Nikki.
Oh, boy, yeah, Carmel by the
Because you've got
Sea
Pebble Beach.
is 1 square mile.
Jack Pe- Jack-
And the
and-
whole forest is how large approximately?
That's a very challenging number to come up with, because do we consider urbanized Pacific Grove, again, like urbanized Carmel, Monterey Pine Forest? Okay. It's a small percentage, but it's an important percentage. I don't know exactly what the percentage is, but it's relatively small.
But it evolved on dunes.
Boy, I think that if you.
Pines, dude?
No, I mean, in Carmel, the pines evolved on this series of younger, medium, and ancient dunes.
Not dunes, but marine terraces.
Marine
which in-
terraces overlaid by sand.
In
sand
some
dunes.
cases,
Right,
they retained a sand layer.
right.
But just to speak to what Sarah and Linda both are commenting on, we really don't know what the pine forest was like before European occupation, because, as I mentioned yesterday, indigenous people had a very aggressive, intentional burning program. And they definitely influenced the distribution and the look the character of Monterey Pine Forest by intentionally burning. So when we say, well, we want the pine forest to look like it did in 1900 or in 1850, that's a human construct. And we don't know what it was like 9,000 years ago before significant occupation by indigenous people. So we're making it up, basically.
Yeah.
And as a community set within, and Linda's correct here, a very rare forest type with supporting a variety of different incredibly rare plants, both shrubs and other things like rare orchids, the city can make a choice. Does it want to support that kind of rare environment by having a forest management plan that addresses that? Or does it choose not to do that and just consider its 1 square mile something completely different than a native Monterey pine forest, whatever that definition is?
So my question is directly on that point, because
Yeah.
this whole parking lot item is on like the 10, 20, 30 recommendation from Davey.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're at a point where now we have a lower percentage of pines than we had. I remember reading that in one of our reports recently. It's been declining.
Yeah.
Oaks, at least on public property, are in the 40% range.
Yeah.
If you just took, and again, you're talking about how it's not, everything has been impacted by humans, but if you took sort of a natural setting of a Monterey pine forest, and even within Carmel, obviously there's different areas, what do those percentages naturally look like in a naturally occurring setting?
Of oaks and pines and other things? Yeah, I think it's pretty spot on. 20% pines, maybe 30 to 40% oaks, but it's all microhabitat dependent, because on some north-facing areas with deeper soils, you might get more pines. But on some south-facing areas with, the right soils, you might get coastal prairie and no oaks or pines. And Mission Trail Nature Preserve is a perfect example of that. But oaks are definitely a co-dominant, and they take over dominance in certain areas. So coming up with that metric is a challenge.
But if you look at Pebble Beach,
Yeah.
which to me is just one pine after the other.
Yeah.
And they talk about
Right.
200 to 300 dropping a year
Yeah.
because they have so many.
Yeah.
And all that Jack's Peak area is mostly pine, and there are some other things.
Yeah.
It seems to me that makes it hugely, let's leave PG out of it.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that there's a huge number of pines.
Yeah.
And if you took Pebble, I agree it's not Carmel, but if you took Pebble Beach and Jack's Peak, it would be way more pines than oaks, don't you think?
Well, even if you look just north of where Carpenter hits 1.
That's right.
That area just east, north and
As you're
east
driving
there.
down,
That's
yeah.
right.
That's
Yeah.
almost all pine, and it's
It's
not
all-
a healthy forest,
No.
right?
Right,
That's a-
Exactly,
that's a-
because that's a man-made forest,
Right.
because
Yeah.
when they built the highway, they
Right.
Built
Just
it
like
to
to
build
do
it.
that.
Right.
and-
I guess
But
should
if you look-
should our
if
North Star be just preserving what the natural ratio of these trees would be? Like, that's one option.
You don't know what the natural ratio is, though. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
But that's why I was asking,
yeah.
because
And it's so variable, Hans. It just depends on the microhabitats.
if you
and
throw that out, then we're just kind of making
it up.
Um,
Yeah.
I
And
have
it's
a
a metric you can make up, but I encourage you to look under the canopy of the pines, and you will see quite a number of oaks. They may be scraggly and thin and small,
Right.
but if that
Right.
pine canopy is gone, that oak is going to flourish. And then a pine seedling will grow and overtop that oak. So in a sense, it's a dynamic ratio.
Well, how many pine
one-
trees are there in Carmel? Okay, let's say 1,000,
We
2,000?
have the
No,
number.
we have
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin can look up the exact number. So one question I had that wraps up under this as we think about those ratios is you said in the natural habitat that the Monterey pine is for propagation over time is reliant upon disturbance. And disturbance, well, I think Nikki said it too, but both of you said it, that disturbance, and a lot of that disturbance often is related to heat and fire, which obviously we don't want running through our town, right? So if we aren't going to have disturbance to maintain and continue the fire, it means we're going to be planting, right? We're going to be proactively planting pines. So,
But Kelly, disturbance can also happen from light
Development.
gaps or from
Right.
tree falls,
Right.
openings in the forest that can be created too. And it's not 100%, or the recruitment of pines is not 100% dependent on disturbance because, and I mentioned this yesterday, there are pulses of just the right environmental factors that are going to kickstart a flush of growth, a flush of seedling success. And people haven't really teased that out yet. You know, what is it that's prompting this pulse of regeneration in the absence of disturbance? And you can go to more natural parts of Pebble Beach, like the SFB Morse Reserve, and walk around and see thousands of seedlings under the big canopy where there have not been disturbances.
Right.
But they're all sort of pulses of same age species or same
would
age
those be
trees.
appropriate saplings for us to be harvesting and moving here?
I wouldn't move them, I would start your own. Yeah, and seed your own. You know, it doesn't have to necessarily be from a juvenile tree, but you can plant a pine cone and hope it regenerates at least 1 or 2 or 10 trees and then selectively take them out.
I just think in our urban area,
Yeah,
that it's maybe, I mean, I'm not the scientist here, but it just seems like in our urban area, if we aren't intentional
yeah,
about setting a objective for
Yeah.
what percent pines we'd like to have and having a plan to achieve and maintain that over time, it's in our public areas that they're unlikely to be maintained. Because
I
it doesn't
agree.
seem like in the urban areas that, we certainly don't want fire to be the disturbance that causes more pine trees. And it's unlikely that we'll have these natural pulses that, like you're observing in a reserve in Pebble Beach, because
Right.
we don't, if you look around town, you don't see a lot of younger Monterey pines,
Right.
right? There's a lot of pines that were planted. I believe many of our pines were planted, like
Yeah.
80, 90
and
years
that's,
ago,
and
right?
that's why a part of your program, as it is now, it should be proactively planting.
Right.
And the ratio is something can come up with, but I think at a minimum, it should reflect what's here now, which is approximately 20% pine canopy and 40% oak canopy. And
But Nikki, the ratio was much higher just 25 years ago.
And maybe that can be teased
Yeah.
out through
Yeah.
the analysis of
Right.
historic aerial imagery,
Yeah.
which is something that I would
Right.
recommend.
Yeah.
Kelly, I
And
have a question for the staff. I think might help us clear this up.
Yeah.
We can do what we want on public land that we control. We can mandate it, we can have a heavy suggestion, we can go ahead and put it in this report and say this must be done on public land. My question for staff is there a precedent other than an HOA where we can mandate people's trees on their private property to fix the canopy we're talking about? Bob, have you seen that, Bob, in your experience as a public works person?
I mean, that's kind of what our density requirements are.
That's what our
That's the
Well,
density.
but I mean mandate, like you got to put this kind of tree.
Yeah, that would be
Well-
terrible.
Well, I'm just saying, is there,
That's not the American way of life.
I don't, I agree with that, but I'm asking, is there a precedent?
But it's
other than
already in
HOA?
the general plan.
We have election coming up.
So just coming back to,
Well,
coming back to
it's always on
Johnson's
discussion.
So I just
question.
think, but
Yeah. Let's see what he
I think
said.
it's, if we, perhaps as we think about the history, maybe we should also include, if it's true, that our history includes having a culture of proactively planting pines. We've added to the forest by planting them here. And if we want to continue to have them part of our community, then our plan should reflect, certainly at a minimum in the public areas, maintaining, because we have to plant pines to be able to maintain what we have now. We've got a lot that are old enough that they're not going to be here in 10 years.
I don't know, you know.
Can I say
so-
something?
I agree.
Can I
Okay?
say something?
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But
No, please.
before we go,
You first.
getting back to Hans's question, what is a good ratio? I think at a minimum, keeping what you have now. At a minimum. And I don't know
20%,
exactly what it was in the past, but that can be teased out.
I just want to say, thank you, Kelly. When the city was first planned and they were planting trees, and as we've all seen when we go out to the various homes and sites, the larger canopy, and I'll just use that term for sake of argument, are usually planted on the sides of the lots. That's how they
Lot lines.
typically, so they weren't in the site. I
That's
think
not true.
with everything, pardon me?
That's not true. It depends on where you were. On Ocean Avenue, they were planted down the sides of Ocean Avenue, but
I'm talking
Not
about
really, Dave.
on the private property.
Yeah.
Most of them, when
it
we go
depends on
now,
the part of
they're,
the town.
yeah.
Yeah, depends on like, for instance, my grandmother bought her 2.5 lots in 1903,
That doesn't mean that that's.
and they were
not-
all pines.
But that, they
think
might not
that's
have been
unique, Linda. That's-
No, it
planted
isn't.
there.
No,
So
it
what I was
isn't.
trying to say was as many of the pines are dying off, and if people on private property do not replant them, and as Kelly said, we're looking at the city to make sure that these trees carry on. Maybe we look at hiring a consultant who is a city planner, landscape designer, who helps us to determine where we should be placing these as things open up, instead of Justin and his team trying to figure it out, or whomever trying to just put a tree where we can find a spot, or where one's just died. But maybe there's some forethought and there's some thought that is put into it, and we can design it in a way that we can make sure that we do have pines and we have views. You know, we have, there's some thought there.
Right.
So
Like legacy groves, like we need to, I think we
Yeah.
need to
It just-
really identify.
We have
Kelly
that, the
said-
right tree at the right place.
Yeah.
We've talked about that.
But
So
actually
that's-
getting a design, getting in somebody who can help us now, and who can help us look at our city
Right.
and see where should we be placing these, where should we have groves, how, we need that, I think at this point, because
And
it's too
maybe-
much.
Maybe zones. I have a really interesting article from 1971 from the Pine Cone that was written by the city forester at the time about what he perceived, and it sort of, it corroborates what my father said about how the pine forest was in Carmel. He says,
Who wrote this, Linda?
pardon?
Who wrote this?
This is Robert Tate, who was city forester in 1971. And he says, long before Carmel was a city, most of the area it occupied was covered with trees. Several specific references in the literature point this out. I think it could safely be assumed from a distance offshore that the area which is now bounded by Ocean Avenue east to Monteverde, then south on Monteverde to Santa Lucia, was similar in tree cover to most of Del Monte Forest. I've taken ring counts on certain trees in the northeast section of town and found them to be over 90 years of age. This predates the city by 30 or so years. The area west and south of Ocean and Monteverde was, for the most part, not forested, but did support scattered trees. The oldest tree I found in this area was just under 70 years of age when it died. I suspect most of this area was covered by shrub, similar to that which grows just south of Carmel Highlands.
So I think, maybe there were more. I think one of the things that we heard in the community survey was that our residents love trees.
Right.
And they love the amount of trees that we have now. And there was not a call for increasing canopy, increasing trees from our community. And so what I think is, if we're able to build a plan that is intentional about the city responsibility to maintain the profile that we have today, and 10, 20 years from now, it's the same as it is right now, that will be a success.
And maybe if we focus on, and
So
maybe if we,
it might not be, because the way that the canopy was measured is two-dimensional. So you had Monterey pines up here and oak down here. If you remove those pines, you still have canopy, and it could still be 36% in 20 years, but it didn't measure the dimensions, the third dimension of canopies above the canopy of oaks.
But
So
we're talking about
She's keeping it
including in
the
the
same,
city,
though.
we're saying we're keeping it the same. We're keeping the
the percentages?
yes, the
Yeah,
percentages,
keeping the same.
the percentages
Oh.
will keep the same. And so we'll have.
Like for like.
But
Yeah.
I think the
So-
difference, but I think that the difference here is, and I think actually the plan, we'll have to work on, obviously, I
Specify,
think there's some pretty
specify
significant revisions
the
ahead in
type
the
of
plan.
canopy, not just the percentage of ground.
Well, there's
cover.
two dimensions. There's a
Yeah.
canopy, but there's also what we've said, I think this came up at the beginning, what this plan was missing was an acknowledgement and recognition of Carmel's unique forest and the characteristics of our forest that people and our residents love. And so that comes with percentages like 20% pine and 40% oak, et cetera. So if you take that plus the canopy together, I just think in the plan, it's an incumbent upon us to highlight the city's responsibility in making this our future. Because it's, I think as a practical reality, if you look at what's happening on private property, we're not losing all the trees, but we've lost some, and we may continue to lose some more. People may put an oak where there was a pine. People may put, right, I just think that we may end up with the city, the importance of the city making it a priority to only be focusing on natives and the trees that are important to maintain Carmel's forest the way it is becomes even more important.
And-
Does that
and
Yeah, it does.
And what I'm saying is that perhaps it would be good to focus planting efforts in contiguous places, as they were originally, the 80-acre tract and Carmel Woods,
Right.
which
We
is
talked
contiguous to Del Monte Forest, and the 80 acres, which is contiguous to Jack's Peak,
And I think we
Hatton
talked
Canyon.
about that yesterday. Let's identify some places where we could place, groves, right? That will be our that'll be our future Monterey pine groves.
But also in the neighborhoods of those areas, just continue.
There's plenty of public
Right,
right-of-way
right.
in every single neighborhood
Right.
in this town.
Right.
We have more
Yeah.
public right-of-way in our neighborhoods
Yeah.
than most communities.
Bob?
Bob?
Different topics. If I can go back in time.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great?
Well, yeah, exactly. Before the indigenous people. No, Tamara asked about landscape architect or that type of thing. Melanie Billick earlier, the public comment, made a comment about the design traditions, which is coming to fruition. There's a lot of and I believe Justin sat in on some of those meetings, as did I, with the consultant doing the design traditions. There's a head start. It doesn't solve all the problems, but there's
There is.
guidelines in those design traditions to address that.
Okay,
So that's part of that.
Wonderful.
Part of that answer.
okay.
Going back to Bill's question, what can we do about the private property owners doing willy-nilly things on their property? There's only really, in my opinion, we don't have an HOA. We could set up a landscape assessment district. I don't think a town this small it's going to fly, and I wouldn't recommend it. But public education, this plan is part of that process, and then more to come, and we could do more over time. Another thing is the ordinances. Our ordinances have no teeth. I don't know if I can say lame without getting in trouble, but they're lame. We need to overhaul, and in fact, we do have a draft, and everything was redlined and started all over. That's the teeth we need for Justin, the code enforcement officer, the city to enforce private property people from doing what's at least legally required on their lots. Right now, they cut down the trees and shouldn't have done that. Wasn't very nice. So I think the ordinances and education are what I would recommend.
And I think, Bob, just on that topic, outside of the forest management, this meeting, I think the Forest and Beach Commission will likely take up, is there an opportunity to propose updated ordinances specifically related to fines that, so however we need to do that process to city council and the budget next year, I think that you'd probably find.
My crystal ball would be, you'll have several, it'll be like another major project, like pickleball. Okay, we'll present, here's ordinances as they are today. What are the weak links? There'll be a whole slew of them. A series of public meetings and commission meetings. What can we do with the guidance of the city attorney's office as well? So it'll probably be several meetings to discuss this. It's not going to be one and done.
Well, I would just hope on something like that where we'll have likely to have find high consensus that we can move efficiently.
I hope so.
Let's hope so. Okay, so we had two other parking lot topics.
So
maybe.
one second. So I don't remember who asked, but as of the survey, there were 1,787 pines
Donna?
within the city, and then
But that didn't
probably
include Mission Trail, did it?
no, not including Mission Trail, and not including the Annex, Crespi, and Vizcaíno, and Unipero going south. So I think they're probably closer to around 2,200 pines.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
At least.
Yeah, that's a lot. So we're not
But the
sure.
majority of them are old.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we had another parking lot topic, which was encouraging private property owners, separate from, we're not talking about people who are cutting down trees and making violations. This is just the topic of private property owners and encouraging them to plant our preferred trees, pick natives, et cetera. So there was very little in the goals and recommendations that we just reviewed in the last 2 days, specifically aimed at private, how do we encourage, private property owner stewardship to the forest that we would like to envision for our city. So we can approach this in the revisions two ways. One is we can go through every single, where appropriate, integrated into every goal that was presented to
Isn't
us.
that
Or
part
we
of
can just,
education,
or we can just
Kim?
call out a separate item.
The education of an encouragement.
Yeah.
For the whole, but to go through every bulletin is redundant, and then people get tired of reading the same thing over and over. Just have a nice section for education and encouraging new buyers and property owners with our preferred trees and the advantages of doing that. So just a little section on
Sometimes a little
education.
repetition is good, though.
No, then you lose them. You lose people if you keep preaching to them every paragraph.
Well,
You got to be educated.
But scattered here and there appropriately.
I say no scattering.
Okay,
Just
okay, so
an
you're,
education.
Donna, you're saying let's make a section, you'd
Yes.
like it scattered. Can we
Well,
hear
no, I
from
like
other
both.
people? Sarah, what would you like?
I'm sorry, I was thinking that it was cold.
Kelly, I would like both.
Okay, both. Okay, your vote is both. Okay, thank you, Linda.
Yeah.
Do you have a
What's the
point of view?
question
As we think about
Our
adding,
attention span is
okay,
waning.
as we think about adding ways to encourage private property owners, right? To act similarly to the way we're going to have the city acting.
Right.
We have the opportunity to go in and add within go through the revisions and basically add a private property owner encouragement line bullet
Right,
to
right.
some of these where it makes sense, or we can call out just a separate section, which is on, for private property owners, how you can participate
in this.
in this plan. And so do you
Well,
have a,
I do have a thought.
okay,
Or two, maybe.
okay, good.
Justin had mentioned that we have a lot of saplings, and I had initially said, well, maybe we should charge for those, but maybe we shouldn't. That would be encouraging to give a free tree or two. If people are trying to sort of landscape their, area, that's very helpful. And so if we're able to supply whatever we can supply to help them make that happen, I think that would be one thing.
And that's
That would
what we
be
used to do.
Useful.
We used to do that.
Yeah.
1,000 trees were given away. 1,000
Yeah.
Monterey pine saplings were given away at
Right.
a big giveaway.
And that's what,
Right.
and even if they don't know what they're getting themselves into, they're like, oh, it's so pretty, it's so, but,
Right.
you know.
That might be overkill. There might be a lot of dead saplings, right?
Right, but those are the sorts of things. We have a lot of very passionate people in this committee, in this town, but there's a lot of very normal, just trees are great, but they don't necessarily feel like we feel. So we have to make sure that we're touching those people too, that we're getting just the people who might think, it's pretty, I want something nice, I'd like to see something a little taller and something a little, and I want to help. So I think we just have to find a way of reaching a lot of different types of people as they're moving in or even here. That's what I would suggest. And everyone's going to have their, preference. That's why, Kelly, I do think what you've said and what we are talking about, that the city is going to need to, as time goes on, because many of us bought our homes and we got what we got. But as things change and as maybe trees are dying, whether or not people are choosing to put the same tree there, they may or may not. And I don't think we should be forcing them, of course, to put something in its place. But if we're making it easier or more accessible, it has a better chance of happening.
Or more romantic.
And I think actually,
So we did tree giveaways for 10 years.
I think it's my turn.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, Sarah.
I think giving out information, written information, but mentioning the different trees and their heritage here or something, if one wanted to. It's true that when people come, they aren't, a lot of people have visited and really know, but it'd be useful to give information.
I think it should be a separate chapter, because most property owners are not going to read through this.
Yeah.
They're gonna just want to find what retains to be. So a chapter on property owners, and then the appendix, we have recommendations on how to plant, what to choose, how to care for trees, who to hire, for their tree care. But yeah, they're not going to go through this. This is the city. They want to know what
No, but
retains.
I think our city plan, it's if we can build a section with intent about how we can encourage private property owners, right, to
Okay.
participate, that
Well, that's in the community sections where we're reaching out to groups and the community in general.
right. But there wasn't a lot of private property encouragement in this. It was community organizations and the city that was kind of absent, what we can do to encourage private property owners. Okay, we had one other, it did come up, we didn't really discuss this very much. There was not I don't think Davy had a recommendation that we put more trees downtown. It certainly didn't come out in the community survey that people were looking for more trees downtown. Yet we've heard our forestry department say they get asked by city council to plant trees downtown. So is there, does anybody have any points of view around trees in the downtown that anybody wants to comment on? That was a parking lot item. Timmer?
I think we need to really be careful with what we're putting right down on Ocean, especially where there are cars. And we've all seen, big branches that fall down on cars, sap on cars. I think we just need to be mindful in those areas of just for safety and for our city, and just maintaining, branches that are falling, trees that don't cause a lot of trouble and chaos, I think, in those high sort of density areas.
Well, we just have 2 or 3 trees that are native that we're going to plant. The Monterey pine, if we're going to include it in our urban forestry, we have to plant Monterey pines in downtown. And they do exude sap. I live under a Monterey pine tree.
I don't know
but-
if that's this, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the tree that people, if it's going to be a forest, a village in the forest, then you have to have forest trees. You can't have.
I know,
So we always had them.
But you know what, though? This isn't a forest. This is a place where, human beings live and cars drive, and there's businesses and the, destruction. We have a person right here who lived through that. I have a neighbor who, one of the big, pines fell right through their house. And I think we need to be mindful about where we might be in a forest, but we live here, and we have homes here, and we drive here, and we work here. And we have to be safe, we do, we have to be safe.
So how is it different from a residential area?
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
But you
So
see,
I think we're trying to find even
balance.
areas like in parks and where there's more room for the tree. It's almost like, do you have a 200-pound dog in a condominium, or do you get some land where the dog can run and there's space? I mean, I think there's a place for all of these different things. I think we just need to be careful. I'm not saying they can't be in that area, but we just have to be mindful. Is it near where there's a lot of
I
parking?
have a question, Kelly.
Donna, go ahead.
Okay,
Donna.
when you talk about the business, have you talked to the chamber? Are the hospitality people? Are the restaurant people? Because their TOT and the hotels are there. You should really talk, because they are the ones, I don't like to use the word impacted by whatever you plant. But they are, even if they don't own the building or they don't live here. And I agree. And we have 20,000 people come here some weekends in a year, and we have to consider them and their cars. So there are right tree in the right place, and downtown may not be the right place.
I think
And you
one
have
of
to
the-
talk to the people who care about the trees there.
That's a good
Not that
point.
many are living there, not
And-
what we want to put there
Yeah.
because we like them.
But even
But-
before you get to the type of tree, I guess the first question is like,
Do you want
How
a
many
tree?
trees,
Do you
right?
want
Because-
one? No, they don't want another
well,
tree.
it's funny, you join the Forest and Beach Commission, all of a sudden you see trees or lack of
Everywhere.
trees everywhere. So,
Yeah.
I was going
know.
down-
I have so many pictures of trees.
I think I was on,
Change my persona.
I think I was on Dolores. That's where Little Napoli is, right on Dolores and Seventh. I think that's one of the areas. There's a few stretches like there and in front of, I think, like Carmel-Bell, where there's just like most of a block that's like mostly no trees. So there are areas like that where you just need something. I mean, we can have the debate about
Yeah,
what.
we
but-
just planted a pine down in front of Carmel-Bell. I had West Coast plant one, and that is that there are a lot of trees that were planted, it didn't take there, and that whole block needs to be, reassessed and replanted, because it is really stark.
Yeah.
Especially with the mini park across the street with the redwoods, which looks so nice compared to a big brick sidewalk and patio with no trees.
We don't have to solve all the places now, but I do think on downtown, it was interesting that in the survey, people were asked, where would you like to see more trees, right? More trees or less trees. Downtown was not an area that people selected as desiring a lot more trees. And I think Davy was averse to them. I don't want to say averse, but that wasn't an area where there was a high priority, if I recall correctly in the report, from where they felt like they should go, right?
I have the benefit
so
of sitting
there's-
next to Nikki,
Okay.
who I just think I want, because I'm hearing her say, yes, that's right. It's like,
Can you speak up, Nikki? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Nikki.
I love it when she nods her head.
Excuse me, I'd just like to, if I could just say one thing. I grew up here,
Very healthy.
and downtown Carmel was so cool. It was all Monterey pines, and it was absolutely beautiful, and it was cool. And what I notice is how hot it is now, because we don't have those Monterey pines anymore. So, us old-time Carmelites had more tolerance for risk, I guess, but we loved our pines, and they didn't seem to bother us. I don't know.
I think I would be careful to jump to the conclusion that people don't love the pines.
No, I
It is
know
so
that,
clear
but
that
I will
people love
say,
the
I will
pines.
say that we
Right.
were very risk tolerant. in my day.
But that
in
could
Old
have been
Carmel.
because they weren't aging out, because
Well,
maybe they were
no, they
50,
always,
and there
Okay,
was maybe people.
but they actually always
I'd like to
were
give the
aging
floor-
out.
I'd like to
Yeah.
pass the
Yeah.
floor to Nikki because
Yeah, I
Tamara
know.
overheard a comment that she wants Nikki to say. So let's see, Nikki.
Thank you. Gosh, my personal opinion is that the downtown could be an area that's managed differently because there are different kinds of constraints to having great big trees. There's no space for their roots. There are planting squares. It's not a place for trees that are deciduous because when the trees fall, they clog up the culverts and the drainage systems.
When the leaves fall.
What did I
You
say?
said when the trees fall.
Oh, yeah, when the leaves fall. Thank you. Thanks for catching that. When the leaves fall, they clog up the drainage system for the whole city. And I agree that the core area could be a zone that's considered differently and probably should be, the commercial area considered differently. And there are other native things that can be planted there, like wax myrtle, that grows to be a mid-sized tree if given enough time. But one thing I do want to mention, almost in a concluding way, is that nature is really complex, and it's hard to standardize a description of nature because it's so variable and so dynamic. It changes. It also reflects its soils and microclimates and land use history. And what you're tasked with is, in a sense, conserving and protecting the native vegetation that Carmel sits into, but you're also tasked with engineering that kind of nature. And that needs to be really well thought out, and you're on the way to doing that. And the deliberation and the conversation adds to that, understanding that you're engineering something that is not necessarily going to be replicated unless you do certain active management, affirmative management, to try and, where it's appropriate, maintain some semblance of the native habitat. It's never going to be what it was. It just can't be because of lot sizes and house dimensions and more people and changing climates. But you can retain the character and offer the opportunity for wildlife to flourish, for native shrubs to go in, and you're getting there. So it's constructive.
I guess one question I had was, when people think about Carmel, they think about pines and they think about coast live oaks, right, in terms of trees. Is there any way downtown that you can at least have like glimpses of that, right? You're not going to stick one of these trees in like a tree well, but like if you do a bump out that's a little bit bigger, and some of the, some of the mini parks that Greg D'Ambrosio did, and even in the median, like,
Even
if you have
Devendorf
like
Park.
an oak,
Right.
Devendorf
Why
Park
don't we
has a
go to-
big
why don't-
oak,
Why don't
right?
we put in Devendorf Park, why
So-
don't we put 4 or 5 Monterey pines out?
Well, my question is, are there ways that you can create those kind of glimpses where there is more space for it? So you look around, you're like, oh, in that corner, like it feels like Carmel here.
Yeah.
Right? Because I go down some streets
those
in downtown where it's like, it just doesn't,
Yeah.
it looks like it could almost be anywhere.
That's a creative, proactive thing to do, and that ties in with what Bob was bringing up with this sort of landscape person.
Yeah.
And what Tamara.
Tamara,
Yeah.
landscape consultant.
Yeah, and Tamara brought up.
Yeah.
So yes, I think.
Always the man.
Yeah.
Hopefully not
Tamara's
next
original.
Tuesday.
Tamara's original suggestion. Yes, and you can really think proactively and then bring back a big Monterey pine if the space is right for that tree. But right now, there aren't in the
Murphy
downtown
Park.
areas.
Front of the library.
Well, yeah, there's space there.
Right, there are spaces.
But, in the front of Carmel Bell,
That's not,
we'll see how that pine does. Yeah.
But there's space
Okay.
there to create a little mini park.
No, they're,
Yeah, there is more.
they're big planters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think it would be great if that was something that this group or the design consultant can identify, places where you could have bump outs, mini parks, concentrated tree wells or something like that, so there is more space. I
Yeah,
think that's awesome.
Could we create?
Difficulty with planting a pine in the small tree wells is not only is it the space for the trunk and then the main roots, but with the, years and years and now 20,000 tourists on a big busy weekend, the soil has been compacted.
Yeah.
And, they used to be able to grow underneath the sidewalks, and you had the high heel permits and things like that because it worked with the natural topography of the trees getting to spread out underneath that.
Yeah.
But there's just so many more people now and more impact.
Yeah, and Monterey pines do have very shallow, laterally spreading roots. They rarely get 2.5, 3 feet deep. They are just
That's all trees.
shallow.
All trees
We're
have,
back to the
All
right
trees are like
tree
that.
at the right place at the right time. We've discussed that many times.
Yep,
So,
exactly.
I mean, let's move on. We've got one more.
Okay.
Top of the,
Our last,
the, concrete, then we're creating more work and more trouble and more expense and, if it's just in the earth, without all the sidewalks around it, is that a better place for it, for example?
if we can move on, our last topic was to talk about the document we received and the first 50 or so pages leading into the recommendations.
Can I just ask a question before we get to that? At one point you'd mentioned like wildfire being like a parking lot item. Is that like a parking lot item for future forest and beach conversation, I guess?
I'm sorry, I included that when we were talking about the fire as a disturbance and not being a practical disturbance in the first talk, but we can touch on that now. We can talk about wildfire and the plan. I think the plan that was presented to us at Forest and Beach that went to City Council, I think that's also going to have implications on what happens on private property, which just increases the burden or the responsibility on the city to maintain the look and feel, the character, right? We can certainly talk about it, Hans. I think when it came up there, I just included it, but we can talk about it again. I think it's a harder one because I think when the state laws require certain distances, et cetera, and people are at risk of losing their homeowner's insurance, it's hard to, I don't think the city's gonna be able to have requirements that put them out of compliance.
You can't.
But some of those things weren't legally mandated. Some of those things were recommendations. Like, I don't believe that the tree crowns not touching is a state requirement. I think it's just.
For PRC 4291, that's code.
That's code, right?
That's state
Tree crowns.
public utility code.
So what is it?
It's within there's the 0 to 30, well, now it's 0 to 5, 5 to 30, and 30 to 100, which is also hard because these codes were written for wildland urban interface, mountainous areas with large properties, you're not gonna get 30 feet from your structure on those properties.
You're gonna be the
Neighbors.
So within the 0 to 30, the crowns needed 10 feet separation, but that's not feasible. I looked at a property where I had to write a letter for this insurance company out in Carmel Valley because the whole property was clear, it was beautiful. The fire inspector said this is a model of fire defensibility, but they were trying to cancel them because the trees were 25 feet away from the house, but they were forming a contiguous unit. But it was beautiful. It was raised 16 feet off the ground and perfectly spaced out, but they looked at some code. It's like these, they don't think about how it applies. They just read a code, and if you're in violation, you're in violation.
And it can be two things. It can be you're in violation, or the insurance company can just say,
It's a high hazard
That's what,
area.
and
you're
that's what I
canceled.
meant.
I mean,
what
I've
he did.
received letters and you've got to do this, you've got to do that, and you either do it or you're out.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we have to take it up like in this moment. We don't have a lot of time, and we have to look at that background section.
We just have to be
but
mindful of it.
It would seem silly for us to go through this whole exercise and look at the whole forest, and we know there's this big elephant in the room of all these requirements about wildfires
They
and
could change.
also what we want to do independent of the state requirements. It feels like it should be something that's suffused throughout the
Well,
document.
I think as we think about the strategy to maintain the character of the forest, it's another reason why the city has to do it, right? Like everything, the city, I'm not sure the city should be planting anything that's not native or in the character of the forest, because certainly in residential areas, you're gonna see more of that, right? But not by necessarily just choice, but by necessity.
Kelly, I have a question on the next thing regarding, and Melanie brought up a good point, the introduction. Rather than, I was on a grand jury and I wrote several reports. And when you turn them in, they change the whole report to a set template. It wasn't that they changed what you said. So my question is, if a consultant has to look at our plan, we need to write it or structure it, is the word. Doesn't mean to change what we were trying to say, but we need to have a template that's acceptable and that the consulting companies will use, rather than to take if we spend hours writing it all out, the plan, and then rearrange it. So is there a template? Is there a structure that's acceptable for CEQA or them, or the city? Because I went through that writing reports.
That's right.
And then it was a waste of time.
Right.
They just wanted the facts, and then they totally different. So Bob, that's my question before we, come up with 10 different plans on how to write this, because I agree with Melanie. It was not that it was a bad template, but the final plan, how should it look?
I think, Bob, you missed yesterday. So
I missed yesterday.
So let me just preview that the reason we didn't talk about the first 50 pages and we jumped into the implementation plan was because I think there's a fair amount of concern with the report as presented. It's in format and style, a big departure from like the document that was written in the past. And it also did not pull, part of it was that it didn't pull from the previous plan some of the aspects in historical perspective and what makes Carmel so unique. I think Nikki in her opening comments said, it felt like it could be Long Beach or Seaside or some other place. So we purposely saved this for last to talk about. That was a perfect segue, Don. Our last topic is
Yeah, if I may, just for those who are not aware, I know some of you are, the master plan was originated when a prior city forester got a CAL FIRE grant.
right.
A different story, we received zero and abandoned the grant, but anyway, it was prescriptive exactly what had to be in this plan. We used that as the gospel. So that was really the genesis of doing the plan in the first. Well, maybe, certainly your group can debate whether it needed to have a new plan. I think the city staff was thinking, our plan is pretty outdated and no one's following it, it's incomplete, blah, 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 let's get a new plan. So we got an opportunity to get a grant which says, you shall do this. And we hired a consultant, Davey Resource Group, who is very familiar with that grant and followed that template. Whether or not that was the best route to go, looking back on it, probably wasn't. But that's kind of got us to this point. I think we said several times along the way, we don't have to adopt the plan as is, or we can, hey, let's take out chapters 2 and 4 and 5. Boom, out. It's your plan to massage, to add to, delete, merge with prior plans. It's a living document, and I think what Justin was saying, once it's adopted,
And it's
a couple of years later, it's like, well, it's a little bit outdated, we need to change this paragraph in this section. So it's a living, breathing document. But how we got to the template of today was a prescriptive, based on the CAL FIRE
do you recommend using that template, since that seems to be the most readily acceptable, or the better, if they've recommended it, that's what they see as workable?
CAL FIRE does pay for other forestry, and Justin can probably vouch for this more than myself. There's been a number of forest master plans done in the state that have been adopted based on this template.
This template, like
I think-
Palo Alto is similar.
Yeah, Palo Alto.
Yeah.
It's
Steve
standard,
Davis, I
so the
think.
template,
Yeah, and
we
perhaps it wasn't the right fit for Carmel, but at least it got us the
This
momentum
far.
I
to
think
get
it's
to this point.
less the structure and more the content, like, for example, in the background section, it didn't talk about the historical global precedent of the forest in which we find ourselves, right? Like, it was just missing the framing upon which to then think about the plan. And I think in the last 2 days, as we've looked at these objectives, in many instances, we've tailored them to, like, Carmel. So our thought process was that we probably need an overhaul on the first 50. I mean, the pages that are just factual data on the inventories and things are not necessarily, we don't need to redo any of that, but the perspective and the vision and the history of Carmel that was in the previous plan really needs to be embodied in this. And so if those two could get married, and so the idea there was, maybe we take a smaller group of people who are interested. I think it would be great if Nikki could participate. Yesterday, she volunteered. I volunteered to work with her and see who could help us. But I think there's a.
Oh, the question is, does she need any help from us?
There's a huge chunk of work, I think, to be done. And so, and I think.
Kelly, too.
Pardon me?
I volunteered.
Okay.
I volunteer for sure.
Okay, so
And to be clear, we are no longer bound by those prescriptive requirements of CAL FIRE. That's gone.
No, I understand, but I
It's
think
your
that,
document as you choose to proceed.
right, but there's work to be done. I think if we took a review of the previous document and pulled some of those sections in, right, and then made all the updates that we discussed in the last 2 days, we'd be at a next revision standpoint that we could either choose to review in this format again, or we could go into our public working sessions on. I think this document, I wouldn't move into a public comment yet until we have it substantially revised.
Kelly, may I say, I have a feeling that when you get to the public, they're just not going to like this format. I already heard it yesterday. I don't like this from public comment. The people I've spoken to just don't like it because it's kind of inaccessible. And it looks so different.
I think I think some of those things are like aesthetics can be addressed. You can get rid of the quotes.
Yes.
If you go look at the Palo Alto Urban Forest
Okay.
Master Plan online,
Okay.
it's this format, it's much more digestible.
Yeah, I looked at maybe a dozen of these in the last couple of months. They're all available to anybody, Davis, Sacramento has a good one, San Luis Obispo, all these cities, they're all similar.
Yeah.
But they all, and Davie has helped some of those, and other cities have just used Davie to do an inventory, and then they've done their own plan. So,
Then how does it look with the rest of our general plan?
Oh, it's very
guess-
different.
I
to
think
do
it's
that.
the content, that it's not,
Yes, it's the
it's not the
right.
formatting on the
Right.
page, it's the
Right.
content. I
Yeah.
think if the content in this deck were matched far more closely the old plan, we wouldn't have the malcontent, right? We might have people saying, oh, why do you have these quotes on the page? They're distracting. But I think what we have a fundamental issue, if you read the background section, it looks like it's, it looks like it's a completely generic description that's like you said, Long Beach, Long Beach isn't a very pretty place, but it's like could be Long Beach, right? So I think the fact that we missed the opportunity, and that's why I think rather than nitpicking the first 50 pages, I think it's better for just to have a subcommittee go back and clean it up, right? So, and I think the person that can help the most in that regard is Nikki, right? Just from your expertise, your ecological perspective of the history for the.
actually know the history pretty well.
Her own version of it.
Okay. Do we have any, so if we have I have a process question, Bob, or maybe Yvette, if the steering committee, if we have a subcommittee that works on the revision, does that subcommittee have to meet in a public setting, or can people work on this?
I believe the commission, not the steering committee, the commission can appoint another grouping of people as a task force or as another subcommittee. If two or more people of that subcommittee meet, it is a public meeting. So it has to be properly
Two or more
noticed.
or more than two?
Two or more, yeah.
Two or more.
Wait, two or more or just a quorum?
No, I
Because
think-
wouldn't it be three
Oh,
for a quorum?
It has to be three.
Three, I'm sorry, it is three.
Two people can meet.
But
Two or, yeah,
Could-
two people or one person can meet,
does
but
the
it's a very
steering
strange.
committee constitute a public body where three meeting would make a quorum? Could there be two Forest and Beach commissioners and one steering committee? Would that be a quorum of total? Because that's 3 out of 10.
That's a question for our city clerk. I'm not an
Okay.
expert on that, but
Okay, why don't,
Tom was, you were nodding, shaking your head, actually.
Two commissioners and the rest steering.
Wait,
And then.
Wait,
then-
Donna.
I don't believe that there's no quorum. There's the 5 additional members of the steering committee were not appointed, were not officially appointed by city council. Therefore, if there was 2 steering committee members, or excuse me, 2 Forest and Beach commissioners and 1 person who was not a Forest and Beach a commission member, that would be okay.
yeah. so I
I'm
thought-
confident in that.
Okay.
But yes, more than 2, public meeting.
I'll just ask the city attorney.
Yes,
city clerk.
city clerk.
City clerk or Tom.
That's okay. We can refer to Nova, the city clerk. That's fine. But yes, I think we can assume that
Ask me, that's what he said is correct, what Tom said is correct.
Okay.
But I'm confirming with Nova.
Okay, so do we have, I know Tamara has offered to help. I'm willing
I
to.
want to.
Do we have any other commissioners? Would you
definitely
like?
want
Okay, all right, perfect. So
We can have two.
I understand that. So 2 at any time. I totally understand. So would, in terms of next steps, I guess we could schedule just a public working session to go over what we want to revise and what we want to pull from the old plan into the new plan. We could do that in a public working session. We could plan maybe a half day to do that with, it looks like Tamara is interested, you're interested, Sarah.
Definitely.
I'm happy.
That's the reason I stayed on the
Anybody that
Forest
wants to
and Beach.
participate can, but I think the homework assignment for this is to come with ideas around what parts of the old plan do we want to see pulled into the new plan, and what sections do we want revised here, right?
Well, if it's going to be public, then it can be more than 2 members.
I understand that. We can, I'm just saying anybody that wants to come, but we need to be able to roll up our sleeves and take this apart and put it together, right?
Question for the commission is, I haven't talked to Nikki, so I don't want to put her on the spot, but perhaps her expertise would be very valuable in helping the committee to prepare, to do like, a lot of the editing.
Yes.
She'd already been-
We've already talked about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've already,
What I was trying to do was keep the burden off city staff for
Thank
this
you.
next
Yes.
phase, because I think there's a lot of editing.
He's
that-
teaching dancing. I went.
oh, sorry.
The one caveat,
Sounds
just
too
for me
gentle.
personally, is I'm going to have some pretty major eye surgery in January, and I'm not supposed to look at a computer. And I'm going to have an eye patch and all this stuff, and then go back for follow-up eye surgery in 5 to 6 months. So that is a pretty hard stop for me.
Yeah.
Is it something that, do you think that we could we take the next, could we aim between now and like the first week of December, do you think, to have a revision?
With a week off around Thanksgiving,
Yes.
yeah. I think so. Yeah, I do have other
Okay.
projects for other clients and stuff, but I know that come mid-January for a certain period of time is a hard stop on computer work. So, yeah, I think we can try mid-December,
Okay.
maybe.
So maybe as a proposal, if this works, is maybe we could, as a next step, we could,
Sounds fun.
I know it sounds,
At the Forest Beach regular meeting of the 14th, November 14th, I think we had a placeholder, like a recap of this workshop. And perhaps at that point, we can talk about next steps. We'll have more information from Nikki and maybe a couple other alternatives to keep moving in the direction that you're.
I'm just thinking that,
Started before then.
yeah, I'm just thinking it would be nice to not let this go cold and to get some
Right,
work in
agreed.
progress. But I'm just wondering if we could pick I think, I'm just trying to think about how we do this to make sure. So I think it probably, we have some pre-work that we could do coming into that meeting to make that meeting more productive. And maybe you, Nikki, maybe you and I could connect on some of that pre-work, and then we
Sounds
could,
good.
we could organize a half-day session where people come with, we assign homework on the old plan versus new plan into that session, with the objective of outlining all the where we want this draft to be, and then with a goal to have that by like mid-December, so that we could be sharing that to begin the public interaction with it.
Sounds good.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Great.
And then maybe on the
We'll have to chat
14th.
about my contract.
Yeah, and then,
Fees?
yeah, and then maybe on the 14th, we could propose the dates for the working session. November 14th is the next Forest and Beach Commission meeting, right? We could propose the dates for the next working session. But I think we have a significant amount of revising to do on the front half, as well as some revisions on the objectives, that it would be worth us
I'm
doing.
sorry, I missed that. Can you give me the dates again? I
We
wanted to
haven't
be part-
picked a date, but what we're
Okay.
gonna do is we have enough interest that we're gonna have a public working session.
Okay.
A working session to talk about what we want to pull from the old plan into this plan. And then I actually think we can look at redlined objectives, because incorporating all the feedback from these past 2 days.
Okay.
So what we agreed is that I'll talk to Nikki about some pre-work that we can do for that session. I think we're gonna appoint Nikki with the pen on the executive summary, right? Being the person who ends up authoring the updated revision, and then we'll have a working session where we can all input into that in November, with the goal of having a revised plan that we could then begin sharing with the public by mid-December. This plan, I think, is not ready to go out.
No.
That's
And I'm happy to be a part of that too, because I know we talked, I
And
was,
Sarah, the reason we're going into a public
That's the
forum
reason I
is,
stayed on Ferris and Beach. That's the reason I stayed on Forest
Yeah.
and Beach, so I definitely.
For the-
So we have three
absolutely.
commissioners that have, and you, anybody that wants to, but we have
Right.
enough, we're gonna have to do it we're gonna do it in a public session
Okay.
again.
Okay.
Because we'll have enough, which is great. Anybody on the steering committee that can, is available to participate, they
Right,
should
right.
participate,
Okay.
right? It's actually, yeah, we'll get a date, and it's actually, it's a, super exciting and encouraging that we have everybody's interest in rolling up their
Absolutely.
sleeves to help on that part. That's great.
I have a question.
Informa-
That has to be on Zoom and our agenda has to be posted and et
Yes.
cetera, et cetera.
I think we'll run it like this. This will be another steering committee meeting with the objective, and we'll have homework before that meeting that involves looking at the old plan and what we're pulling
You're
forward.
You're going to send everyone, after you've redlined it, the draft that we'll be working from.
For the
not-
next session.
Not this draft, but the new draft.
Yes.
The new draft on your computer with you and Justin,
Yeah,
because he has some information I thought he was sharing. Thank you.
yeah. But it looks like that next session will be sometime between mid-November and maybe before Thanksgiving. We'll need to do a little bit of work, but we'll need to get the dates.
And what
set.
time is your Forest and Beach Commission meeting on the 14th of November?
2:30.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Does that work for everybody?
Oh, yeah.
I think it will be helpful. I think the goal for that session would be that we'll have some pre-work where we'll have looked at the old plan versus the new plan, and there'll be some proposals about like what we're pulling from that old plan, and we'll be able to identify are there other things that we're missing.
And you're saying both this part and also the appendixes, right?
Yes, yeah, there were a lot of appendices in the other plan that should be attached here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the appendices is the easy part. It's the executive summary that's the hard part, right? And I think we had some good consensus on the role of that executive summary in terms of key themes out of our discussions today. Does that make sense? Okay. Before we close, I'd like everybody to have an opportunity, or actually, I guess let's have public comment and then we'll close. Is that all right, Yvette, if we do public comment first and then our close? Okay. Arlene, Melanie, Harvey, I don't think we have any hands online.
He goes for a lecture.
Okay.
This is real easy.
Okay.
Can you just clarify where we are? So, you've discussed a lot of meetings and the work product that needs to come out of all this. But can you please just tell us, in some fashion or another, how we go from today to get to city council? What are you thinking of, Kelly? Where are we gonna go? We know we're gonna be at the Forest and Beach Commission. We know that you're going to be working on, trying to adjust where the committee wants the old plan and the new plan and all of that. But where are we going? Where is the public involved in this on the big scale? You've got a lot of work to do, right? You're not gonna go to the public until after you've come back and you have a red line document that reflects everything from the last few days. And the agreement of the group regarding kind of, how are we gonna say it? Combining the old document that is relevant to how you all feel with the new document, also doing an executive summary. And how is all this coming together?
So I
mean, I know you see it, Kelly, but, and I see what you're striving for. I just wanna write down for tonight when somebody calls me and
Yeah.
says, so where are they? What are they doing? I can explain all of what you want to do, but I cannot give a timeline.
So I would say
I'm
by-
here with my
so-
pad for a timeline, dear.
Okay.
on what you're planning.
So I think what we just agreed was that we will hope to have an updated revised draft made publicly available before the holidays, so mid to, before the Christmas holidays, so mid to late-ish December. And that will be the draft that we then have our community workshops and public feedback on, and we'll have working sessions with the public likely in January.
Okay.
And the reason that's the timeline we're working on is I think we didn't know what this draft was gonna look like until we got it. And our hope was that we'd be able to have 2 days of a working session and a revision that we could put out for public comment, but I don't think that this steering committee feels like this draft is ready or comprehensive or appropriate to be put forward to the public as our proposed plan at this juncture. So what you heard us just talk about was having.
No, I get all that.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
get how, are we expecting to go to council maybe in January or February? Are we
It might be March, Melanie,
Okay.
it depends. I mean, what I would say is
Okay.
if we have our first public workshop on a revised draft, if that ends up being in January,
Okay.
then that public feedback will
Sure.
need to get integrated before it can go to council. I'm sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Just to clarify, we can go to council at any time with the draft, but we can't, I think what Melody is asking is when approximate timeline for council to adopt the plan. We're talking a year. We haven't even hired the consultant to begin the CEQA analysis, and frankly, I mean, we're already, like I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of hiring that consultant. They need that working draft final plan, or, pretty close to the final plan to do the analysis on.
Right.
So from that point, it could be
So I
up to
would just say
another
our
year.
first public comment is likely to be January. When I say public comment, I'm not discounting your comments today. I'm just saying our first public comment on an updated draft is likely to be in January. And I think it's fair to say, we would have to ask the whole steering committee, but I don't think we would want to take anything to council, even as a draft, until it reflected public input.
Good.
Right?
Very good.
So I think that so yes, Bob, you're saying we will have to have this consultant review for CEQA, et cetera, before council can adopt it, but I don't think we would even take a draft to council until we had gone through our public workshop and had public input.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. No, and I think the important thing is that you all are not interested in rushing this, that you're interested in doing it the right way. And so that when it does go to the public, people understand that and they understand the process. So I think that's very, very good, and I compliment you, on that, because people were very afraid that this was gonna be pushed to December to the council.
No.
And that, all of this was gonna be done so that the current council would get credit for doing it. And that, that the public would not have ample opportunity. So I think that's very good, it's very understandable, it's very responsible, and you're doing a very thorough job, and that's what's important. And I'm glad that you opened up the investigative part of your work, what you're going to do from now until you get the revision done, to everybody, on the commission and the committee.
Yeah,
Because there's a lot of very valuable expertise that different people have, and that should be really reflected in your final copy. So thank you very much, and it's 2 very long days, but you've all held up. You all look great. Thanks a million.
Thank you, Melanie. Our goal is that when it comes in January, that we have more people liking the plan than disliking the plan.
I hope so.
Right? So
I hope
that's our.
it's more successful than the
Yeah.
last public
Yeah.
comment time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else for public comment? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Arlene Etienne. First, I want to
commend the committee for going ahead with essentially a strikeout, underlying strikeout version of what you're proposing to be the version that's taken for adoption before the city council. So I think that's good, working from the current master plan as foundation, and also hopefully being prepared to justify or explain why the departure, why the revisions, whether it's a matter of updating, in which case, evidentiary basis will be provided for the need to update, et cetera. And that all goes to serve the environmental documentation that assesses whatever environmental impacts may be associated with the proposed new draft. Second, let's see. Oh, I'm glad that you opened up the working group of commissioners and steering committee members to be more inclusive of the members here, including the commissioners. I also want to encourage you to actually be more receptive, invitational to public input. Those, especially individuals who have working knowledge of the master plan and have perhaps done more study than the average person, et cetera. And one reason I recommend that is because you as Forest and Beach commissioners are also decision makers. And as decision makers, you shouldn't allow a perception that you're prejudging what should be the recommended version given to the city council for adoption. And so to kind of counter this perception that decision makers, be it one or two, especially two or more of you, in the production of the next working draft, to counter that fact that you are also decision makers, you should be more inviting of public input from interested members of the public, because I think that will add to the robustness of your next working draft. I really do.
I want to just clarify that the written version will not be by any of the commissioners. We'll be suggesting edits and revisions, but I think we're going to appoint Nikki to be hold the pen on the draft. So there won't be commissioners writing the draft.
Okay, but nevertheless, the word which I do not like, optics, comes to mind. You don't want the optics to be that decision makers, one or more of you, are actually participating and influencing the next working draft. In lieu of
May I ask
public.
you, for the 2 days you've been participating here, or the time you've been present, are you concerned about the way the steering committee is working?
No, I'm not concerned so much. I mean, I do have lingering concerns about how the whole process will be conducted. But so far, I think it's laudatory that you have conducted it in a public setting. So, for that, as I said, you are to be commended. And I just recommend that you encourage along those lines of erring on the side, if you will, of public participation and input, including in the substantive discussions that you have regarding the next revised draft, or what should be taken from the Davy draft and incorporated into or used with the current master plan, which I still see as, a governing relevant document that should not be neglected or ignored.
The next session on that will be in a public setting. It'll probably be most of this group again. So
Yes,
there's
okay.
nothing that won't be in a public setting.
So that's fine. The difference, maybe the difference that I'm suggesting is inviting more of the public to actually participate and contribute
to your discussions as they occur. So you can just keep that in mind and see if there's a way of being more solicitous of that kind of participation from the public than the way it was currently structured, which is, well, as you know, 50 minutes before, 50 minutes at the end. It allows for public input. But there's something to be said about interested members of the public, informed members of the public being also free to participate in substantive discussions as they have occurred. But certainly being able to listen as a member of the public has been like a tutorial in many instances. So, thank you for that. And the final thing is that when you were discussing the business area of, well, Ocean Avenue and how to, what trees, if any, to plant there, I was reminded of the fact that earlier in the year, there was a version of Frank Church. I think he's a landscape architect from many decades ago, that somebody sent around actually a copy of his landscape plan for Ocean Avenue, for the median strip. And
Tommy Church.
Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, Thomas Church. Okay, Thomas Church. And anyway, so at first I just glossed over it and didn't really see anything of interest to spend my time reading. But one thing led to another, and I ended up quickly reading through and then rereading the landscape architect plan of it. And it was interesting to me because he was, of course, very sensitive to the fact that this village did develop in the midst of a forest. And so part of his plan was to plant not Monterey pines or coastal oaks down the median strip, but nevertheless low growth evergreen trees, shrubs that are related to or reminiscent of, bring the actual forest into the median strip without having the towering pines and oaks that are native to the forest. But the purpose was to integrate the forest into even the median strip of Ocean Avenue, which I thought was sensitive to the environment and also helped to just beautify the area in a way that's consistent with its natural setting. And as for the business storefronts along Ocean Avenue, his thought was also, as I recall, to then allow for, plantings, be they flower boxes or whatever, along the business fronts of the avenue, which is in keeping with the commercial nature of the district and also compatible with what he wanted to do in the median strip, which was to be more closely related to the actual natural forest itself, paying attention to the restrictions on height and other things that you were referring to. So if that's relevant in a near future discussion of what to do with Ocean Avenue, I think it's an interesting, if not useful place to go back to and just see what that landscape architect had in mind, which I thought was very thoughtful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all and to listen in on your discussion.
Can I ask you a question? You've sent us letters in the past. If you come across that by Thomas Church, if you could send that to Yvette, she can send.
Tamara, that's the one we looked at for Alan's project. The one that were all blue.
Oh, okay. Okay, we do have it.
We have it.
You do have
Okay,
it?
we do have it.
Okay.
Okay,
Alan
thank you.
presented it.
You're probably very familiar with
Okay.
it.
Yeah, one of his former employees did the original landscape for the library and also Piccadilly Park.
So I like that direction. I was getting the sense sometimes this afternoon that you were starting to work on a landscape plan. And in fact, when I was reading parts of the Davi draft, it came to it came across as being more of a landscape plan for the city rather than, maintenance, preservation, and furtherance of a unique pine forest, so.
That's why I think the marriage of those two marriage of those two is where we're gonna find the version, right? Because there's a lot of historical precedent in the old plan that's
Yes.
very important to
Very
the
important.
culture of the forest.
And still relevant.
And relevant.
Yes.
But there's a lot of prescriptive things in there that become more like how to prune a tree. Those are things that we can provide as information, but having the overall, what are the overarching goals and strategies that are gonna allow us to maintain this forest?
And
So, okay.
so are you suggesting that pruning and such, the more prescriptive parts
Will be
you
in the new
referred to
plan.
will be in there?
Oh, sure,
Okay.
that'll get, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob, and then we're gonna do closing comments.
Sure. Certainly, on behalf of staff, we certainly appreciate all the public comments. She mentioned a comment which we've heard in writing and other meetings about the public participation or maybe the perception of lack thereof. So let me, for the millions of viewers in on Zoom, or the millions who will view it in the future, because this is all taped. This project goes back 3 years, so approximately 36 months. Every month, there's a city forester report near the end of the Forest and Beach Commission. Every one of those 36 Forest and Beach Commission meetings was a public meeting open to public comments. So up until recently, when we got off public comments about the foresters and public works director reports, the point being is there was many times that the status of this project was presented to Forest and Beach Commission. On top of that, over the past year and a half, there was sections, the technical components that were presented to the Forest and Beach Commission. It was the tree canopy, it was the tree inventory, it was the tree keeper demonstration, several other technical components that were presented to the Forest and Beach Commission that were also had opportunities for the public to participate. In addition, this is not the first public meeting. We had one in, I think it was July of 22. We had one in the last year, I think. Yeah. So this is the third or fourth public meeting. This happens to be a 2-day parter. The point being, there was many opportunities for the public to participate, and we're not done. It's clear that we'll continue to have public participation. But some people who maybe are new or have just recently heard about this project, have questioned, well, gosh, there should be public participation. I want to make it clear, there has been public participation for 3 years, and we're not done. We have another year and then some. So I just want to say that to the mass audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
And I just wanted one more thing. It is Davey, D-A-V-E-Y. They've been taking care of trees since 1880, almost 40 years before Carmel was incorporated.
And there will be one more, at least, opportunity to have public comment when the initial study and CEQA analysis is done. So that's in the future, too.
Okay, so we've had our public comment. I'd just like us to close, everybody to have first, I'd just like to thank everybody for your time. This is a huge time commitment to give up 2 days to this, and for all of you on the commission and for those of you on the steering committee, and Nikki, for you joining us as well, I really appreciate it. It's important that we have, it's helpful to our public process when we have 100% participation of our steering committee. I think that's really provides a strong statement to our public that we're committed to getting this done comprehensively in the right way. So I just would like to thank everybody, and that we'll be continuing. Linda, we're going to just go around. I'll start with you, and we'll go around. And just if anybody would like to make a closing comment before we close this evening.
As a vestigial remain of old Carmel, I'd just like to say I'm very appreciative that we've moved away from the idea of creating a totally different forest environment for Carmel. I think I speak for the ghosts of old Carmel too. So thank you.
No comment. I'm happy with how things are going.
Great.
No, I'm very impressed with the steering committee and the commission and the staff for making this happen on a continuing base. I go to a lot of meetings, and everyone that participates up here and out there is appreciated. Thank you.
I just want to thank you guys all for being here and being part of this process. Started before I even was at the city. I went to the first community meeting 2 days before my first official start date, and was thrown into the fray. So thanks to everybody for being here and, helping guide this to hopefully getting done one day.
Thank you. The one thing I just wanted to add was that we'll check with the city, Yvette, with you and the city clerk we followed a meeting structure for this process that was prescribed, which is there's a structural format for having a working steering committee meeting in a public forum. So we'll look into that to see if in our next session, if we have any additional opportunity for public comment that was not included today, we can certainly look at that.
Are you talking about if we keep the same format? Or, so?
No, we'll keep that. We're going to have another session like this, but there was a request for more participation, so I just want to check with
That's up to you.
Well,
So whenever you want to have it, there's just a requirement that there is public comment. So if you want to have people more involved, that's up to the chair and the commission. And then in terms of numbers, the max we could do is 2 commission members and 2 steering committee members.
we're going to do a group.
I know, I'm saying, if you ever did, to not form a quorum,
Need to break out.
would be 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Public is still invited.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
just not filmed.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I enjoyed the process. I really enjoyed my first meeting with the steering committee and appreciated everything they said and what they contributed.
Thank you, Jerry.
I don't think I have anything to add.
Well, I think we've made good progress and there's a ways to go.
I appreciate being a part of this, and I hope that you 3 will come to our next meeting, and maybe we can make this a square table, and you can sit with us, because you are very patient to wait, and every word you said was relevant. Thank you, guys.
Echo all the same comments. Just want to thank all the steering committee in the city and all of the community members who were here. Your input has been very valuable, as has everybody here. So thank you, and we'll be seeing you soon.
And I just want to thank everybody for your expertise and the thoughts that you bring to the table. I think that you're really on the right track to making this a workable, relevant document. So kudos to you all.
Yeah.
Until January.
That means we'll help you till then. Okay, I think with that, it's a wrap, and thank you so much. There's more Halloween candy if anyone wants to grab some.
Oh.
Yeah.